Welcome back, everyone. This is your host, the DN WhatIf, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of what if Deku went to buy milk and ended up in Demon Slayer? A special shout out to the original creator, Arqade, hustengudel, MilkyMiracle, Shilllaha, cookie_. Please make sure to show your support by checking out their work from the description. If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Chapter by Arqade, hustengudel, MilkyMiracle, Shilllaha, cookie_. Chapter text. Izuku woke up with a splitting headache, a rough hand grabbing him by the shoulder. He squinted. Above him stood a burly man, muttering something incomprehensible as he stared him down. The boy scratched at his hair as he tried to discern words, the thick dialect making it no easier for him in his days. A question for him, he'd gotten that much. "I'm sorry, sir, could you repeat that?" The stranger squinted at him warily. "I said, what are you doing here?" Izuku groaned before sluggishly arranging himself into an upright position. His hand jostled something plastic, and he looked down to see a brightly colored bag. The sight of milk cartons splayed about on the ground jogged his memory. He was just walking back to the 1A dorms after a brief grocery run. Of course, he just wanted to buy some milk of all things before he woke up to a stranger yelling at him and feeling like someone had smashed his head in. As his mind slowly cleared, he looked at his surroundings, slightly irritated at his inability to blink blurry spots out of his vision. A full moon framed by wispy clouds shone brightly in the dark sky, illuminating what looked to be some sort of remote village. A rough stone path lay beneath his fingers, extending into the distance. The path was flanked by rows of wood-columned, traditional houses. The stranger cleared his throat impatiently, and Izuku's attention snapped upwards. He found around him not just one person, but a small group of wary faces, pointing towards him and whispering amongst each other as more people joined them from the streets. The strangers looked rather intimidating in the flickering flames, all of them adorned in traditional kimono, as the boy remarked, though quite a bit plainer than the one he'd seen Todoroki wear during the Gion festival. Then and again his family definitely was on the wealthier side of things. "Honestly, I'd really like to know that just as much as you do. Some kind of quirk if I had to guess?" Izuku answered earnestly. How in the world could he have possibly managed to get this lost on the way to the corner store? He knew that he had gathered himself a bit of a reputation as a trouble magnet, but how far exactly am I from Muzutafu? Muzutafu? The man looked at him a bit oddly, pausing a moment as he looked away, searching for someone in the crowd. "Kimura-sama, have you heard of such a place?" An ancient-looking man in the back shook his head, silently. "You seem to have taken quite a hit, kid. If the elder doesn't know of anything by the name." "No, I'm sure I got it right. I'm a student at UA High School, after all. Even if the man somehow had never heard of Muzutafu before, surely he'd heard of you, right?" The confused looks he received from the group only concerned him even more. He may have been sent even further than he originally thought. "Where am I right now?" Izuku asked, stifling the rising panic in his chest. "You might not have heard of us, this place is pretty tucked away after all. Nanaka Village on the western end of Shizuoka Prefecture." The first man replied gruffly. "We heard a loud noise and came to investigate. We thought you were dead at first, kid. You nearly gave me a heart attack." "Shizuoka? But Muzutafu is the largest city and one of the most popular then and again. The parts of Shizuoka he knew didn't have anyone running around dressed like that, either, outside of holidays. Or talk in a dialect that he could barely comprehend. Some remote, alternative community he hadn't heard of, perhaps?" His thoughts were quickly interrupted by the sounds of a door banging open, jarring bright light flooding the darkened street. A teary-eyed woman ran out from the doorway. "Have any of you seen Haru?" Izuku winced sympathetically at the distress in her voice. The villagers immediately rushed over to her, leaving only a few near him. As odd as this place looked, he was still a hero, and likely the only one around. As his instincts kicked in, Izuku quickly sprung upwards, albeit a bit unsteadily. He had really hit his head hard, hadn't he? A potential concussion didn't matter at the moment though, and he rushed over to the terrified woman, just in time to hear a panicked explanation. I was watching over him the entire night, I swear. And I looked away for a moment, but when I looked back, he was gone. And the window was open. The woman choked out. Please, please help me. Did you see anyone? A villager knelt down next to the woman with an arm on her back, trying to calm her. No, not a single sound. He was there one moment and then he was gone. She answered quickly. The man's eyes widened, shaking visibly as he spoke. I've heard of this happening throughout the prefecture, but I never thought much of it. Rumors, I'm sure they've reached your ears as well, he whispered nervously, the villagers around him growing quiet as he spoke. They live on humans, drink our blood. Disappearing without a trace, they materialize in one moment and are gone the next. Would match up. At that, the villagers paled, looks of terror resting upon their faces. Izuku looked at them confusedly. Perhaps, the people here still had their superstitions, far away from civilization. Still, a child had disappeared. I'm sure Haru will be fine. I'll find him, I promise, the boy said resolutely. I'm a hero after all. Heads turned back to him, skeptical, though Izuku internally smiled at the hopeful glimmer in the woman's eyes. Hero? Yeah, it'll be all right. He put on what he hoped to be a comforting smile. Could you tell me where you last saw him, miss? You don't really look all that fit to play the hero, kid. A young man in a dark kimono gave him a look of disdain. That was probably due in part to his uncontrollably short stature and the baby fat that still clung to his cheeks, despite the harsh training regime all hero students were required to partake in. The fact that he was likely concussed and faintly wobbling evidently didn't help his case either. Izuku did his best to stand tall, answering the question with a nod. Very carefully, the woman lifted her finger, pointing towards the back of the house. Trust me, sir, I'm a hero student at UA. I've been trained for situations such as dash. The boy's eyes grew wide as a muffled cry erupted from the building, followed by a sickening thud. In a flash, Izuku sprung onto his feet, rushing into the doorway, and towards the direction he had heard the noise. The interior of the house was just as old-fashioned as the outside, screen panels lining the halls, and the texture of the bamboo floor mats ground on his heels. He looked around frantically, seeing nothing out of the ordinary, the silence in the room deafening. A shiver traveled down his spine. Warily, he crept around the room, eyes on every faint glint of the light or shadow that seemed to move ever so slightly. If it hadn't been for his experience fighting villains much deadlier and quicker than himself, he would have missed the slight pressure against his ear. Instinctively, Izuku ducked, feeling air pass over him before something crashed behind him with a loud thud. The boy jumped back, eyeing the large hole that had appeared on the wall, right where he had stood a second earlier. His eyes darted sideways, as an inky figure emerged from the shadows. The mutant quirked figure was tall, with bloodshot eyes, grayish skin, and two large horns protruding from their forehead. Tattoo-like markings lined the figure's skin, disappearing beneath a loosely worn kimono. Izuku's heart stopped as his eyes trailed downwards. Gnarly, clawed fingers were enclosed around a young boy's arms. Freshly bleeding marks had been left on the boy's arms, as though he had been harshly dragged. The look of horror on the child's face was enough to make Izuku gag and hold in a wave of nausea. But no, now wasn't the time. Izuku shook himself out of the daze. A monstrous grin had stretched against the villain's face, eyes squinting in morbid delight, before the figure disappeared in thin air once more with the child in hand. Invisibility quirk? Well, at least I have some practice there from Hagakure. But what about the mutant characteristics? With those horns and... The boy's thoughts were interrupted as he dodged a strike from above with a step to the side, before quickly turning around with a punch. The villain gave off a frustrated screech, but seemed otherwise unfazed. Before it had the chance to disappear once more, Izuku charged toward the thing, feigning another punch before jumping into the air. Shoot style, 10%. The kick landed on the villain's shoulder, sending the child and his arm tumbling down along with the arm. Izuku looked at the torn-off limb in horror, twitching on the floor, still grasping at the boy. He hadn't put that much power into that, had he? And his punch earlier barely seemed to hurt the thing at all. To his utter shock, however, The bloody nub on the villain's shoulder bulged before exploding outwards, as a new arm quickly formed in its place. Noma. Or at least something close to it. The villain growled, "Mind your own business, won't you? The prey is mine." Prey? It sure was a strange way to refer to your victim, but Izuku had heard of weirder things before. He powered up One for All, prepared to dart forwards and bring the child to safety. "Huh, that's strange, I didn't expect to find two of you here." A saccharine voice drew Izuku's attention. At the window stood a young woman, in an elegant white and pink haori, almost reminding him of a butterfly. A long, thin sword hung loosely from her waist. "Fighting amongst yourselves? How sad. But I suppose I shouldn't blame you for your nature, hmm?" The woman smiled dangerously. Seemingly caught by panic, the invisibility quirk villain made a dash for the door, grabbing the boy. Before Izuku could react, the stranger's blade sliced across the man's neck. The villain convulsed for a few moments, before his body clattered onto the wooden floor, unmoving. "Why you killed him?" Izuku slowly registered, quivering at the sight of the dead, empty eyes that stared back at him. "Yes, that's part of my job. I couldn't let him escape with that poor child," the woman said in a seemingly regretful tone, pushing the still breathing, thankfully, as Izuku noted, body of the boy in question aside. "I wasn't told that there would be another demon, however." She pondered, "The instructions they give us are rarely ever reliable though." "Well, it just means a bit more trouble for me." "This is your job?" Izuku gritted his teeth. "No one takes killing a person that lightly. Who do you think you are?" "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. How very rude of me. Demon Slayer Core, Insect Hashira. Kocho Shinobu." "And who would you be?" the stranger asked inquisitively. "Well, I'm a hero, and it's a hero's job to fight villains such as you. And here I thought we could be friends." "It's pretty funny though, a demon that thinks of itself as a hero?" The newly deemed Shinobu chuckled. "Demon?" Izuku asked a bit uncertainly, eyes remaining focused on the threat in front of him. Shinobu seemed to come to a realization. "Are you newly turned? Poor thing. And at such a young age as well," the woman said, a frown forming on her face. "I'll make this quick then, yes?" The Hashira lifted her sword, poised for a strike. Yet when she brought it down, nothing but empty air hit the blade. "You're a quick one, aren't you?" she stated, no concern showing in her voice as Izuku narrowly dodged a flurry of strikes, each faster than the previous. He could barely get a hit in, too focused on dodging the deadly attacks. The tip of the blade barely nicked Izuku's cheek, spilling warm blood over his skin. All of a sudden, she stopped her attacks. "Ah, you've been hit. The poison of my blade will kill you, Demon-kun. Can you feel it? The wisteria is lethal for your kind." She smiled, sympathetically. "Stand still so I can make it quicker for you." Like that was gonna happen. Izuku took a step back. When he had first entered the building, he had noticed a window on the side that faced a thick forest. Charging up One for All, he jumped through the window before rolling onto his feet in the yard behind the house. He threaded between houses and greenery as fast as could, not looking back to check whether the crazy villain woman was catching up to him. He continued to dart through overgrown brush as he neared the forest, only allowing himself to catch a breath once he was deep within the woodland. His eyes darted around in paranoia, but he found nothing looking back at him but trees. Relieved, the hero allowed himself to relax. As he braced himself against a tree, his haggard breaths slowed. He began to feel, rather hazy, a fog coming through his head. His vision blurred and spun. He grasped at the bark behind him for support before everything went to black. Back in the village, Kocho Shinobu gazed off in the direction of the forest as she brought the child back to his family. It had been in her intentions to finish it off then and there, but she had more important matters to attend to than chasing a demon that was doomed to die regardless. It couldn't have run off far. The concentrated dose of poison that she had given it had rarely ever failed her. Even if something had felt just a bit off about this one. As the teary-eyed mother came running towards her, the insect Hashira turned away, once more adorning a gentle smile. Inosuke had been in a bit of a foul mood as he traveled through the area, realization slowly dawning upon the boy that his newly acquired title of Demon Slayer hadn't brought him anywhere near as much excitement as he had hoped for. The exams had really put his hopes up, but after that, all he'd gotten was this stupid crow that kept following him, that refused to ever get close enough for him to at least make a meal out of it, and the few demons he'd encountered had barely given him a fight at all. At least the swords were pretty cool, after some minor improvements on his part. He'd been just about ready to make himself comfortable for the night, next to an impressive-looking hollowed tree trunk at the heart of the forest, when a tingling sensation alerted him of a presence. Not nearby, but powerful. A proper opponent. Excitement filled the boy as he extended his senses outwards towards a nearby village. Not one but 3, no wait, 2 powerful presences. And it almost seemed like they were fighting? Inosuke saw red. How dare they have fun like that and leave him out of it? He quickly grabbed his blades before running off into the forest, as fast as his legs could muster. Following the vibrations left by the presence, Inosuke rushed through the rustling trees. As he came closer, the boy rested on a cliff overseeing the village, raising his katanas as he searched for his opponents in the flickering lights of the night. After frantically looking around for a few minutes, he sat down once more, a wave of dismay filling him to the bone. Nothing but the lingering trail of a battle that had already concluded. Damn it, he'd been too slow. He sullenly trudged back into the forest. If these people had been strong enough to leave a presence like that when they'd been long gone, he just had to challenge them. Inosuke concentrated himself once more, searching the area around him from within, and froze. One of them was still here after all, close by but barely breathing. A powerful feeling prickled across his skin, and it seemed slightly demonic as well. As he shifted through bushes, dodging tree branches that stood in his way, he finally came upon a lump with green hair, almost reminding him of broccoli? The boy's stomach rumbled slightly. No, not now. After slapping the broccoli's cheeks a few times, and fervently hollering his challenge to a fight, seeing no sign of awakening, Inosuke stood up, huffing in disappointment. He could sense that the demon was pretty strong, but how was he supposed to get a fight out of it in this state? If only he had been there earlier. Well, if the demon wasn't going to wake up anytime soon, what should he do with it in the meantime? His stomach grumbled once more. He had been running through the forest the entire day, and it did seem like a good time for a meal just about now. When Nezuko woke up, he realized a total of 3 things. 1. The immeasurable pain prickling over every inch of his body made him feel like he was zapped by lightning a couple times, smacked into a few walls like a ping-pong ball, and run over by a bulldozer just to top it all off. 2. He was very much not in his bedroom, hero shrine, in the one a dorm as he should be. A large forest loomed over him instead, spots of sunlight entering through gaps in the foliage. Which would most likely imply that last night had, unfortunately, not been a dream. 3. There was a boar on top of him. So, you have awoken? When was he going to wake up in a normal manner? The hero hopeful cursed his life. Are you a demon? The boar had asked, which, as Nezuko was now able to confirm, seemed to be attached to a very human body, and 2 very menacing-looking blades. The boy scurried backwards, a bit hurriedly, wincing when pinpricks of pain rippled through his body at the movement. No, I'm human, I swear. His parched throat protested, making him cough a few times. The other shrugged. Oh, you kinda looked like one. Well, your presence, anyways. He looked like a demon? Not to be discriminatory, but the boy's boar-like mutation did make him look rather intimidating himself, in Izuku's humble opinion. Well, if the boy was willing to believe him that quickly, he wasn't going to complain about it. This better not become a regular thing. Don't worry, you're not the first to say that, for some reason. Midoriya Izuku, I'm a hero student. I promise. Hero? The head tilted slightly, seemingly confused. He pointed at himself with his thumb, proudly. Hashira Inosuke. Fight me, I cheer. You mean Izuku? Yeah, that. So? Inosuke held out a sword toward him. Well, just his luck. I'm in the middle of a forest and I still managed to bump into a Bakugo iteration. Izuku groaned as he stood up, almost toppling over in the process. Well, I'd love to spar with you but I'm just really not feeling it my dashed he stopped, turning just a shade greener. There was little other warning before his last meal left him, spewing all over the other boy. I'm really sorry about that, I promise that was an accident dash. Inosuke lifted the boar head off of his own, very much human head, so it was a mask, revealing a surprisingly pretty-looking face. Definitely not what Izuku had expected there, if he was honest. Gah. Now I'll have to go to the river again, he said, face distraught. You stay here though, got it Isaku? It's Izuku. Itsuki I got herbs and stew over there dash, he pointed to a small fire, a bit further off. Go eat that and get strong again already, I've waited long enough to fight you. The boy huffed before storming off. Well, at least the boy was getting closer to his actual name. That was a plus. Although then again, people usually didn't need more than one attempt. For now though, he had a million questions, absolutely zero answers, and his body was still in immense pain. The confused mess of thoughts in his head, and the turmoil of emotions he didn't want to acknowledge at the moment didn't make matters any better. He looked over to the small fire that the other boy had constructed, seeing an assortment of herbs arranged on logs surrounding the fireplace. 2 makeshift bowls were placed on another log off to the side, filled with steaming liquid. Upon closer inspection, Izuku couldn't say that the food looked particularly appetizing or edible. And could he really trust a random boy running around in a forest with 2 katanas, wearing a disturbingly realistic boar mask and whatever you could describe his outfit as? Now that Izuku thought of it, this whole interaction was really strange. Warily, he looked towards the partition of trees the boy had run off into. Once again, Izuku surveyed his surroundings. Nothing but trunks, for as far as he could see. No sign of any civilization either, and there were no sounds other than birds chirping and insects buzzing. Had the boy brought him somewhere else? Whereas the woodland from before was short and sparse, the forest surrounding him now was dense and dark, imposing trees all around him towering over him and casting the ground in shadow. He didn't know how deep into the forest he was currently, and he supposed the best course of action for the time being was to stick around, until he found out where he was and how he could get in contact with authorities. He'd have to ask some questions and hopefully get some answers when the boy came back. Despite the stranger's insistence on a fight, Izuku somehow felt that it was more the boy's heated personality than a serious threat. Again, the real threats don't scream their intentions of murder in your face. The hero shuddered slightly as an image of Shigaraki's maniacal grin passed through his mind. Most of the time. Well, if Inosuke had had any ill intentions, there really wasn't much that he could do in his current state, regardless. How much harm could a few leaves and roots really do him? Very carefully, Izuku took a handful out of what he assessed to be the least threatening-looking of the bowls, some shriveled brown rhizomes, reminding him of stale pieces of ginger, and placed it into his mouth. Okay, that didn't seem all too bad for now. A bit more confidently, he bit into the mass, regret filling him instantly as the flavor hit his tongue. Oh God, why is this stuff so bitter? I'm going numb. The boy retched out whatever was left on his tongue, holding his throat in agony as he fell to the floor and threw up once more. That's it, I'm done for. Midoriya Izuku, hero student, dying in the middle of nowhere, not from a villain attack but because he was dumb enough to eat some poisonous roots a stranger served him. Oh no, they wouldn't even find his corpse, and why did he eat those suspicious roots? Stupid, why was he so goddamn stupid? He was dying and he'd be a disappointment, to All Might, to everyone, and he wouldn't even get a chance to say goodbye. Izuku jumped up as he felt something crawl up his face, swatting it away. The boy looked at the centipede scurrying at his feet suspiciously. A wave of unease curled in his gut. He'd never liked those things. He braced himself properly, blinking a few times. Wait, was his vision getting clearer? The hero looked around, noting the sounds of birds chirping, a gust of wind caressing his skin. He felt a bit better, somehow. No, a lot better. Not only had the physical torment eased, but the panicked thoughts in his head died down. He felt a sense of calm, as though he could sit down and relax for once. He embraced the feeling for a few blissful moments. He hadn't felt this way since, well, definitely since he'd woken up in this strange place. Izumu. Speaking of strange, Izuku rubbed his eyes. Izuku. Hey there. Inosuke? I took one of your herbs, it worked? Eventually. Thanks. Somehow, Izuku could feel the maniacal grin under his, still rather disturbing, mask. So you're ready to fight now? Why couldn't he just keep his mouth shut? I don't know about that. Those swords look a bit dangerous for a spar? Izuku attempted. Although Izuku felt noticeably better, he wasn't sure about fighting with lethal weapons. That seemed like it'd go against hero conduct. Well then I'll just beat you with my hands. Inosuke laughed, not waiting for an answer before charging in. Izuku yelped, as he quickly dived to the side, nearly missing a swift sidekick that likely would have toppled him over. Guess he didn't have a say in this anymore. Concentrating himself, he parried the next blow, a pair of punches heading towards his face, before landing a hit of his own. The boar mask was sent flying. The boy under it charged at him again immediately. Man, this kid was relentless. One for all pulsed through his body. Inosuke seemingly sensed the change in power, a vicious grin stretching across his face. That's more like it. Was starting to worry you wouldn't give me a challenge here. Inosuke bolted forwards, clawing towards Izuku in a dance reminiscent of a wild beast, movements jerky and hard to predict. It would have been difficult to dodge the wild motions, had it not been for the speed boost that One for All gave him. As Inosuke made a grab for Izuku, spinning in the air, he swiftly ducked out of the way. Full cowl, 15%. Izuku rushed to meet his opponent in the middle, and ducked. As Inosuke flew over him, he quickly turned around, landing a charged kick square onto the boy's head. The hero winced slightly as he looked at the unmoving body on the forest floor. Hopefully he hadn't overdone it. That was awesome. How did you do that, huh? Inosuke jolted up, a wide grin on his face in spite of all the blood flowing down. And what's with that weird green glow? You're sure you're not a demon? Yes, I am sure, Izuku shouted back, frustration finally getting to him. Actually, what do you mean by demon? I don't know why people are calling me that. Demons are. There's this Moon Musashi guy and he Inosuke's face scrunched up in thought. Wait a second, I should know this. I'm a demon slayer. Demon slayer? He'd heard the name before. The villain yesterday said something about a demon slayer corps, right? You're part of that? Yeah, Inosuke said, a bit proudly. Seemingly mulling over something momentarily, he added, they're these evil monsters that regenerate when they get hit, and I get to fight them. Pretty cool, right? The boy retrieved his mask, brushing it off before he put it on once more. All right, next round. Wait, I still have questions. And you're still injured. Izuku pleaded. Rah. The hero braced himself for impact, resigning himself to his fate. Izuku sat by the now reignited fire, waiting for his companion to regain his senses once more. A couple bruises aside, he was in a fairly good mood. Inosuke did make for a great sparring partner, all things considered, once he could get past the boy's slightly disturbing enthusiasm for the activity. He'd admittedly needed to blow off some steam as well, if nothing else, to keep his mind off of the fact that he was still in an unknown place for unknown reasons, with no way to contact anyone he knew. At his side, the boar head started shifting, rising much more slowly than previously. Clearly, all the physical activity had taken its toll even on Inosuke's seemingly endless supply of energy, again. Or not. Izuku gave off a deep sigh. Inosuke, I've beaten you 4 times already. I'll beat you this time, Hisaku. The hero didn't bother correcting his name, that was clearly a hopeless battle. It's getting dark, can't we wait for tomorrow at least? I'm not afraid of the dark. Or are you afraid you might lose? Please just sleep already. Those wishes thankfully came to fruition quickly as Inosuke collapsed into the leaves only a few seconds later, snoring loudly. A sense of relief overcame Izuku as he finally found himself alone. Izuku finally had a chance to sit down and properly mull over what had occurred. There had been so much happening since his sudden arrival here that he'd found little time to plan out his situation properly. He reached for his pocket, unzipping it, finding inside his trusty and portable notebook, sadly no phone, though he'd had his doubts that much of a signal could be found in the middle of the forest regardless. So then, first priority, find out where he is. He'd learned from the man from yesterday, if he could be trusted, that he was currently in the far west of the prefecture. Not that Izuku had heard of any place this remote anywhere in Shizuoka, but he supposed that it wasn't out of the realm of possibility either. If he just traveled east, surely he'd encounter a semblance of civilization pretty soon, right? And he could be on his way home. Izuku teared up a bit at the thought. His mother would be worried sick about him. There might even be a police search by now, with him just disappearing without a trace. And all might. He was probably concerned due to the unknown whereabouts of his successor, and he'd have some very concerning things to report to the authorities. He shuddered slightly, recalling the night before. But that would all be fixed soon. Even if he still remained without the faintest idea of how he got here. The boy did his best to push away the uneasy thoughts, as he closed his eyes in turn, leaning himself against one of the tree trunks surrounding the fire. Worrying about things needlessly wouldn't be doing him or any of the others any good. As he'd promised himself the day earlier, Izuku had immediately set out towards the east as soon as dawn broke on the forest floor. Any minute longer that he waited here idly would be more time for his mother to worry about his whereabouts, and that's not something he could forgive himself for. Inosuke protested loudly at his departure, demanding a rematch, though Izuku had a vague suspicion that the boy just didn't like the idea of being alone once more, though he'd probably never admit it. Unsurprisingly, the boar-headed boy hadn't been all too fond of the idea of having to go to a large city, but Izuku's promise of many more strong opponents he could fight had made him reluctantly agree. So you go to a school with all these strong people, and you get to fight them? All the time? Izuku could sense that Inosuke had stars in his eyes. Not the dead and disturbing boar eyes on his mask, but Inosuke's real eyes. That reminded Izuku that he still had no idea why Inosuke seemed so adamant about wearing the thing, especially considering the sweltering heat within the forest, though he wasn't entirely sure if it was something he wanted to know either. He answered Inosuke's question, chuckling a bit at the boy's excitement. What? Not all the time. There are other subjects like English, too. No offense to present Mike, he was a great teacher, which are notably less exciting. Heroics classes are always fun though. Why don't you just spend the entire day fighting then? The other stuff can't be that useful anyways, right? Inosuke laughed loudly at his own comment. Yeah, it was, but Izuku knew better than to try to convince Inosuke otherwise. And how come I've never heard of this UCI school before? Bring me there, Yasa. I'll be the strongest someday and beat them all. If the parallels between Inosuke and Kaken hadn't been obvious enough before, there was no mistaking it now. Although Inosuke's threats of violence seemed less mean, somehow, and he'd actually managed to hold a conversation with him without receiving any overt threats. Fortunately, an improvement over his former childhood friend. Inosuke fell into an uncharacteristic silence, seemingly mulling over something. The two of them continued their venture through the forest at a comfortable pace, Izuku letting his thoughts wander. Although it hadn't even been a day since he'd met Inosuke, he had quickly felt a certain kinship for the boy. Or, at least he felt a lot more comfortable being around him than initially. Even with his eccentricities and passion for fighting, Izuku could tell by now that the guy didn't have any real malicious intent. Relating to his eccentricities, though, after Izuku had some time to consider things, he'd come to a realization. Inosuke ran around with a literal boar head mask that looked a bit too real for comfort. His body displayed no small amount of training, and he'd been out alone in the wild for who knows how long. As he thought back to the day before, and Inosuke's admittance of being part of the Demon Slayer Corps, it wasn't hard to make the connection. A cult that seemed bent on exterminating so-called demons from the face of the planet? It reminded him of Stain in a way, murdering whomever they deemed impure based on their twisted morals. Vigilantes killing a kidnapper wasn't unheard of, but that Shinobu woman had barely glanced in his direction before swinging her sword at him. And Inosuke, clueless as he was with no sane adults in his life to teach him any better, had clearly been caught up in all of it. From his, frankly concerning, lack of knowledge on basic things, and his inability to remember names, it was clear that he had been left to fend off for himself from a young age. Izuku pushed down the darker thoughts as he looked ahead, the forest finally clearing up somewhat in the distance. He quickened up the pace with resolve. Inosuke would get the proper help that he needed once they got back home. He'd make sure of it. It was his job as a hero after all. Just then, his thoughts were interrupted. Hi Sako, what's a hero again? The familiar gruff voice called out. Izuku turned to look behind him. Inosuke had stopped in his tracks. A hero? That was something he could answer any time. A hero is selfless. A hero is always willing to help others. A hero is someone that is always there to fight for what is right, that can look in the face of danger and show no fear, that anyone can look up to and know the world will be fine, because they are here. The boy said, enthusiastically. Why do you ask? Inosuke seemingly considered the question for a moment. Do you think I could be a hero? A bright smile adorned Izuku's face. All right, I'll continue walking. You can stop now. Zenitsu held his left hand protectively as he stood up. Cute or not, he was really starting to hate the little sparrow that had been assigned as his companion. No, that's a lie. He'd hated the thing since the day he'd gotten it, incessantly bullying him just because he made the logical decision of going in the opposite direction of where the human-eating demons would be. But of course, Zenitsu was weak. Weaker than even a sparrow, as he'd quickly found out, as pathetic as that was for a slayer to say. And thus he found himself once more on a poorly maintained path along the edge of an ominous-looking forest, slowly inching toward the location of his mission and his certain doom. Not a soul in sight to save him. At least the trees protected him from the blistering heat a bit. It would be a shame if he spent the last day of his pathetic life drenched in his own sweat. Suddenly, the boy stopped, panic filling his eyes. Those sounds were unmistakable. Hurriedly, the boy jumped into a nearby ditch. Why hadn't anyone told him the demons were this close? Well, maybe if they'd have given him something more useful than his angry ball of feathers to guide him. He didn't ask to be a demon slayer, but now he was going to die, and he'd never even gotten a girlfriend, and he was so weak the demon would devour him alive. Zenitsu started hyperventilating, staying as still as he could. Thankfully, Chuntaro had the good sense to stay silent, just this one time. He crouched in the ditch, hoping that just somehow the demons hadn't noticed him. However, Zenitsu had never been that lucky. The sounds drew closer, signifying his impending doom. All he could do was close his eyes as full-body quivers racked his frame. Hey! Over there! Zenitsu wondered how painful his death would be. We need help. As the voice neared, Zenitsu whimpered once again. Hot tears were streaming down his face, as he finally truly registered that he was going to die and it was going to be in this ditch, and he was so pathetic for a demon slayer. Something touched his arm, and he flinched back, eyes still clenched tightly shut. Voices melted into one another as Zenitsu screamed in horror and thrashed in the hold that the demon was keeping him in. Suddenly, he realized that the pressure had loosened at some point during his struggle. When had that happened? How wasn't he dead by now, a live meal for some demon? After what felt like ages, Zenitsu hesitantly blinked one eye open, and then the other. On his left stood a boy, a dead boar head of all things serving as his mask, and two chipped katanas on his sides. Enough to make Zenitsu want to scream, but somehow, only the second scariest thing in front of him. While the green head on his right looked fairly ordinary, the sound that came from him, "Ah, demon! Demon! You're gonna eat me, aren't you? Stay away!" The blonde started sobbing, sputtering an incomprehensible string of cries for mercy as he clumsily backed away. He stumbled to the ground, an arm reached for him again and, "No, wait, I promise I'm Izuku attempted, just as the brightly dressed boy in front of him fell unconscious, falling to the ground like a sack of rice. Human. Really, what is it with him and demons? Third time already in the last 3 days? He bent over to check the boy's vitals in concern. Thankfully, the boy seemed physically fine. Mentally, however, a part of basic hero training was dedicated to learning how to deal with trauma victims or those who panicked during extreme situations. It was evident that the boy had a panic attack just now. Izuku winced as he realized that grabbing the boy in his panic probably hadn't been the smartest idea. He hadn't meant to scare the boy any further. And yet he had forgotten what he'd been taught when he'd seen a person in need. As he continued observing the boy, thinking of his next best course of action, His eyes shot towards the movement in his peripheral vision. Wait, his neck was budging. And Izuku could hear something coming from the boy's mouth. Maybe this wasn't so bad after all. Just then, a heavy fist descended onto the golden mop, knocking him out once more. Inosuke, what? He was annoying, the boarhead grumbled. Well, not that Izuku could entirely disagree, but that could seriously hurt the kid. You have to be more careful when handling civilians. Izuku quickly checked the boy's pulse, steady, before heaving him over his shoulders. We can't leave him here in this state. I think I see a house of some kind over there. He pointed to a small plume of smoke in the distance, smiling internally. Civilization at last. He wouldn't be away from home much longer after all. We can drop him off with whoever lives there. And hopefully get some directions while we're at it. The group currently stood in front of a small dwelling composed of weather-worn wood. Although the house looked as though it had seen better days, Izuku felt an immense sense of relief as he knocked on the small door serving as its entrance. The footsteps he could hear inside coming towards them felt agonizingly slow, although likely not for the same reasons. Inosuke seemed to be just as impatient at his side. A few moments later, the door opened a crack and a weary, elderly face peered out towards the visitors. The man squinted his eyes distrustfully at the strange and disheveled appearance of the teenagers. The man raised an eyebrow at the sight of the unconsciousness boy draped over Izuku's back. Hello? What do you want? The man spoke bluntly, not bothering with pleasantries. Izuku bowed deeply. My apologies for disturbing you, sir. But we have a bit of a medical emergency at our hands, as you can see, he said, a bit nervously. This boy fainted when we found him. We didn't want to leave him in that state in the fields. I was wondering if you could help us with that. He might also have some, minor head trauma. The boar head grunted at the remark, grumbling something indecipherable under his mask. The man frowned warily as he opened the door a bit wider and stepped back to beckon them inside. The inside of the home was small, yet there was little to fill it except for a few furniture items neatly arranged throughout the room. Sunlight streaming through a narrow window at the hall's end, as well as a hearth in the middle, served as the only illumination. As the man turned towards the group, the lighting served to make his sunken features more pronounced. So, you need to help that boy? Well, we were thinking, do you have any medical supplies we could use? Although it doesn't seem like he's particularly hurt, it's better to be safe. And we do have a couple of scratches as well. Izuku pointedly looked towards Inosuke, who had many light bruises from their unwilling spars. Gesturing at the noticeable bulge on the unconscious boy's head, maybe some ice for that too. The old man walked towards a cupboard, taking out a salve of sorts, and handed it to them. For your wounds? I'll go get the ice from the box. Don't touch anything in here while I'm gone, he grumbled before heading off. Inosuke sat down with the jar, quickly sniffing the contents, and with a grunt of approval, the boy started generously slathering the liquid across his wounds. While waiting for his turn, Izuku allowed his eyes to idly wander and get lost in his thoughts, a habit from childhood that he retained even now. A sharp noise directed his attention to the windowsill. He smiled slightly at the small bird peering inside. The creature gave another squawk, almost impatient, and started hacking at the glass. Well, that was certainly curious behavior. The hero in training stood up, carefully. I'll just check something, give me a moment, Izuku told his companion, who had been staring at him somewhat oddly. Izuku moved towards the window, the worn floorboards creaking with each step he made. He stopped in front of the glass, the sparrow still glued to the window as before. Definitely not as frightful as they were in the city. He creaked the latch open, slowly. Almost immediately, the bird jerked upwards and flew into the room in a flurry of movement. The sparrow landed on the unconscious boy's mop of hair and began pecking at his forehead, chirping with a sense of urgency and violence. Izuku winced at the sight of small peck marks beginning to form on the boy's red forehead. Chuntaro. You can stop now, I'm Kamithying. The newly awakened boy shrieked as he caught sight of the other occupants of the room. Someone help me. A demon is eating me. Keep quiet, you dimwit. If we wanted to eat you we would have done that long ago. Inosuke supplied, logically. Izuku kept a distance, and held his arms up in a placating gesture, doing his absolute best to maintain an unthreatening smile. I'm sorry if we frightened you in any way, but we aren't demons and we don't mean any harm. That's exactly what a demon would say. Oh no, I'm going to Jidia Tenali, OW. At least let me weep my own death in peace, you ugly ball of feathers. He screamed at the sparrow pecking his hair. I'm Izuku, by the way. Izuku Midoriya, the hero tried, meeting Zenitsu's eyes with a friendly wave. Zenitsu, wait, why am I answering a demon? You're trying to dash. Whatever he was about to say next was cut off as the owner of the house re-entered the room. His presence made them freeze up, drawing the three's attention. Oh, you are awake again. Did I hear correctly that you were talking about demons, just now? Although the man had seemed dreary throughout their previous interactions, a spark of something hopeful lit up in his eyes. Yeah, I'm a demon slayer, Inosuke declared proudly. Zenitsu looked up at him, with some surprise, closing his mouth. You as well, I imagine? Their host gestured towards the boy's blade. Yeah, the blonde mumbled under his breath, looking down. Izuku's eyes widened. Another one? How big was this thing? That's wonderful. Really, I was getting quite anxious. There's a child from our village that got kidnapped the night before, and although I doubt there's much hope left for him. His younger siblings went on their way to the demon's house to retrieve him without telling any of us beforehand. None of us are equipped to deal with a demon. If nothing is done, they won't come out alive either. The old man exclaimed, teary-eyed and desperate at this point. Please, slayers, bring them back safely for me. Children? In danger? Was that even a question? We accept. We'll bring them back, I promise. Izuku announced. Inosuke crossed his arms, nodding approvingly. What do you mean we? Never. Okay, I'm going. Zenitsu covered his head as an angry bird swarmed around him. The elder hummed contently. I couldn't thank you enough. May the deities smile upon you, young slayers. Before Izuku could interject, and you as well. You're true heroes in these dark times. The three hadn't spared any time after asking for directions to the demon house. Izuku rushed along the small rural road as quickly as he could. Inosuke eagerly raced at his side. It seemed the boy had made it a challenge to never stray further than a meter behind him. A bit further back, a much more hesitant Zenitsu trailed them, eyes watering. Izuku somewhat marveled at the fact that he'd finally found someone that cried more often than he did. When they emerged into the scorching sun, Zenitsu's sniffling halted momentarily as his eyes blew wide in shock. Wait, how are you still alive? We've been running around in the sun for half an hour now. You should be dead. The blonde pointed his finger at him accusingly. Izuku snapped out of his concentrated daze, turning his head to look at Zenitsu with confusion. Half an hour of sunlight? That shouldn't even cause any sunburns. That's not the problem. Izuku turned back forwards, his pace quickening even more as he remembered the actual problem at hand. Something unpleasant roiled in his stomach as he imagined the sight they would come to if they were too late. They had to save those kids. He could deal with the boy's odd behavior later. Don't ignore me. Seeing that he wouldn't be getting any answers, Zenitsu continued to himself, You're a really weird demon, you know. I still think you're going to eat me though. Don't think I'm not watching you dash. I am not a cannibal, Izuku sighed exasperatedly. Oi, stop for a second will you? Inosuke shouted suddenly, arms outstretched, bringing the trio to a halt. For just a moment, the boy appeared completely still, before darting off towards the forest once more. This way. Izuku nodded, following. He knew by now that Inosuke had a knack for directions and locating things, likely due to the boy's quirk. I don't like the sounds coming from that direction at all. Izuku looked behind him to see Zenitsu was rooted to the spot, teeth chattering. You should stay behind, this could be dangerous. Izuku yelled over his shoulder, seriously. He wasn't about to force some civilian kid to run after them and into a possible life or death situation, sword or no sword. And stay all alone in this creepy place? Are you crazy? Zenitsu flailed about in panic. I'll come back later. It was the best he could offer to comfort the boy at the moment, as Izuku didn't have any time to waste. He turned back towards Inosuke's retreating form, using a slight boost from One for All to enhance his speed as he sprinted forwards. He easily caught up to Inosuke, running by his side. Do you know where the kids are? They're straight ahead. And it seems like there are demons, Inosuke declared in excitement. I'll beat them all, watch me. Right, there were people other than the kids, likely villains, to worry about. He had to be cautious, as there were far too many unknowns to be careless. Just a few moments later, the children in question came into view. A boy, who couldn't be older than 10 years old, hurried along a pathway, accompanied by his little sister. Hey! Izuku came to a stop behind the kids, as they looked at him in surprise. We came over here to help. Izuku stumbled over his words slightly. We heard what happened and we're here to save your brother. So just stay here, alright? You don't have to worry. The older of the two children looked at him a bit skeptically. And who are you? He felt the scrutinization of the two children as their eyes trailed over his outfit, consisting of his t-shirt, baggy shorts, and bright red high tops. The past few days had been hectic enough that he hadn't given any thought to what he was wearing. Izuku looked at his somewhat tattered, dirty clothes a bit self-consciously, clearly unfit for duty. In his defense, he'd only planned to buy some milk. I'm Izuku Midoriya. And that's Inosuke. Don't worry, he's not as scary as he looks with that mask on, she said, a bit apologetically. We're heroes. The boy pointed over to a place far off his shoulder. And who's that blonde kid? Blonde. Izuku felt something light drop down onto his head. A small chirp confirmed it to be the sparrow from earlier, making itself comfortable in his hair. He looked to his right, to see Zenitsu off to the side having just arrived. At the mention of himself, he rushed over to the kids. Thank the heavens. You'll save me, right? From these demons? At the mention of demons, the kids stiffened, yet they cautiously looked between the three. Izuku felt bad for them. They really didn't look all that trust-inspiring as a group. He decided to kneel in front of the kids, meeting them at eye level, before putting as much sincerity in his voice as possible. I know that this must be a terrifying situation, and you're scared for your brother. I don't know what I would do if something happened to my mom. But I promise you, I'll do my very best and I'll make sure that your brother comes out safely, okay? The two children shifted around a bit uncomfortably, holding hands tightly. The older of the two looked over to his sibling for confirmation before answering unsurely. Alright, we'll trust you. But I'm coming with you. I have to. Tears formed in the boy's eyes. What? You can't leave me here alone. Who's gonna protect me? Izuku's face flushed slightly at his companion's outburst. Still, you should probably stay here with Zenitsu. We'll be back soon, I promise. A chilling drum beat came from the mansion, followed by a howl. The young boy's clenched hand shook visibly. I'm going. Nichan is going to get eaten if I don't. Fini. I'll come too. Don't expect me to do anything though. Izuku didn't like that the kids were insistent on running into the danger, but there was nothing he could do if they wanted to follow after him. Izuku ran forwards, and the kids followed after, surprisingly fast. Time was of the essence as the group rushed towards the unknown danger. Izuku felt a shiver travel down his spine as soon as he entered the premises. Something was definitely off in here, and it wasn't just the ancient-looking architecture. Inosuke ran past him, violently tearing open one of many paper doors lining the interior. Wait, we should plan this out before we split. A low drum beat resounded throughout the house. Izuku stared incredulously at the empty room where his newest friend had stood just a few seconds before. Inosuke? Izuku ran into the room with caution. No matter how much he scoured the room, Inosuke was nowhere to be seen. He turned back behind him to look at Zenitsu and the kids. Stay here. I'll search for him. No, wait. The last thing he saw before the room shifted and warped was the shocked expression on the blonde's face. He's gone too, we're screwed. Zenitsu screamed in horror, clutching at the kid in front of him. The two children had similar looks of terror. He ran backwards towards where they had entered, only to find a dead end. Wait, I'm sure that this was where the exit was earlier. I was keeping track of it the entire time. The siblings firmly held hands behind him. The older of the two spoke up, slight tremble in his voice. Zenitsu-san. Zenitsu ran to the side, flinging open each door on the corridor with increasing horror. None of them led to the exit. When no escape was in sight, Zenitsu ran over to the kids before flopping onto the floor and grabbing the young boy's ankle, shaking like a leaf. Please. Please, you have to help me. Save me, I don't want to die in some musty, old haunted mansion. The young boy looked down upon him, an odd mix of confusion, terror and disgust on his face. You pathetic, he said matter-of-factly. I'm half your age. What do you have that sword for anyways? Why, you don't get it. I can't fight any demons. I'd die on the spot. Our only chance for survival is escaping right now before it's too late. Stand up at least. Suddenly, another one of those incredibly creepy drumbeats sounded throughout the house, and Zenitsu froze up in fear. The three of them looked towards the doorway as the echoes gradually faded. Zenitsu breathed a sigh of relief. At least, he couldn't spot any Four glowing mismatched eyes stared at them. A gray-skinned demon emerged from the dark, freakishly long tongue hanging out of its mouth. It twisted its features into a mockery of delight, resting on all four twisted limbs. 3 human children in one go? Looks like I'm having a lucky day after all. Zenitsu fainted. As the room rematerialized in front of his eyes, Izuku scrutinized his surroundings. Definitely a different location. The works of some teleportation quirk? They were exceedingly rare and very troublesome to deal with. He knew from experience, after going against the League multiple times. Clearly tied to those drum beats in some way, and the house itself. When he got his bearings, he went over to the new sliding door, before opening it. A sickening smell exuded from the corridor as soon as he entered. Izuku gulped deeply as his eyes fell onto the corpse splayed out on the ground, eyes wavering. He gripped himself tightly, reminding himself of what he was here for, before kneeling down in front of the body and examining it. Female, middle-aged. Definitely dead for at least 2 days now. If only he'd been here earlier. Where were all the heroes here anyways? Why hadn't anyone tried to help before? He had to focus. The boy that was kidnapped that night had to, still be alive, and it would be his responsibility to bring him back. With one final internal apology towards the person that he hadn't been able to save, Izuku hurried out to the next room. Inosuke? The hero carefully listened for a response of any kind, receiving none. Just then, a scream rang out from below him. Seeing no other way to quickly get to the floor below, Izuku let one for all pulse through his arm, aiming a punch towards the ground. Detroit smash. Peering down, he immediately located the victim, a muscled villain with drums attached to his body towering over the young man. The two looked up in shock. Not giving the villain any time to react, Izuku descended upon him with a kick, sending the man skidding backwards and into the wall. As Izuku landed on his feet, he put himself in front of the victim, carefully watching the villain stand back up, a look of annoyance on his face. Just when Izuku was about to lunge forwards and restrain the villain, the man brought his hand down on one of the drums, lightning quick. The world turned on its side, literally, as Izuku suddenly felt himself falling, not down but towards a wall. Quickly, he took a hold of the victim, barely managing to feather his fall with a roll. The hero grimaced as he stared at his now blood-stained t-shirt. The boy in his arms would need urgent medical care or he'd bleed to death. Another one. How dare you all come into my house and steal my prey? Drumbeat. He dodged to the side, as large beast-like gashes appeared where he once stood. Izuku would have admired the quirk for its seemingly endless versatility, were it not for the fact that it was currently preventing him from doing his job. How was he supposed to give the boy any first aid, if he was busy constantly dodging all these attacks? He needed to end this fight quickly. He ran towards the villain once again, and when the room turned over to the right after another drum beat, he was more prepared this time. Izuku leapt onto the upturned wall, continuing his dash towards the man as green lightning danced around him. The villain's eyes widened in surprise, hitting his percussions once more, almost hastily. Left wall, right wall. Each drum a different direction, middle for the slash, if he could keep track of what was coming up. A wet cough took him out of his thoughts, and drew his attention back to the dying child slumped over his shoulders. Damn it! He didn't have the time. The villain growled. Eat that useless piece of trash if you want him so badly. They need more. More power. The rare blood. Where is it, you dirty thief? I need to consume it. Rare blood? Consume? Izuku didn't like the sound of that. I don't know what you're talking about. Wrong answer. The man roared in anger before beating his drums rapidly, sending a flurry of slashes in their direction. Even with one for all powering his moves, Izuku still found it difficult to dodge around the many invisible slashes, the boy in his clutches slowing him down. He'd have to find something else. A distraction. Coming through. Bah! A boar-headed boy crashed out of one of the room's many doors, sword splayed in front of him. What? This place is already all messed up. What made that giant hole in the ceiling? He jumped back in surprise as the villain sent a strike his way. Izuku could cry tears of joy at the familiar voice. Inosuke, keep him occupied. I've got to get this civilian out of the way somehow. Watch his drums. As soon as the hero received a grunt of approval and a bit of excessive posturing, he dashed towards an exit. Don't you dare run away, Fro Dash, the villain growled out in frustration, as he defended himself against a flying kick from Inosuke. Izuku thrust the door open and rolled outside into a separate room. When he was in the relative safety of the room, Izuku frantically looked around for anything that could be used to stop the steady flow of blood from the young man's injured torso. The civilian's eyes darted from side to side, as he became paler by the second. Not good, not good. Izuku ripped a large piece off of his t-shirt. It didn't matter at this point considering how wrecked it already was. He wrapped the cloth around the boy's upper body, across the right shoulder, securing it tightly. Please don't die, please don't die. Don't tell me I was too late this time too? Hang on there. Why, you'll be fine. Your brother and sister are waiting for you. Brother? The boy coughed out weakly. I don't have a brother dash. Izuku gritted his teeth. So there was another one. This wasn't the kid's brother. At least, it seemed like this boy might just survive, if he could talk to him fine. You'll be alright. I have to go take care of that villain, and we'll bring you home, okay? Izuku put the boy down, heading back. He couldn't let Inosuke fight alone for too long. Arriving in front of the mansion, Tanjiro Kamado brought his sword out in preparation. A small sparrow dropped onto Nezuko's box, chirping urgently. A whiff of the air revealed danger, the smell of death and fear thick in the air. And power. Whichever demon resided in this place had clearly consumed many humans already. The Slayer shook off the thought. With a determined glint in his eyes, Tanjiro opened the wooden door. He wouldn't let anyone else die here, not on his watch. Shoichi gave a baffled look to the trembling golden-haired boy, crying continuously as he trailed him and his sister. The same boy that just moments before had sliced a demon cleanly in two before he could even blink. Begging an unarmed child to keep him safe? If he'd been honest, he'd found the display rather pathetic earlier, but now that had been replaced with utter confusion. And gratitude, of course. Zenitsu-san had saved him and his sister from certain death, after all. He just found it a bit hard to associate his savior with the living waterfall that followed him now. Shoichi. Take me out of here, I beg you. The blonde wailed out from behind. The child stared ahead. We still have to get my brother first, he answered, resolutely. Not that he knew how to leave this cursed house in the first place, even if he wanted to, but having Zenitsu-san at his side did make him feel just a bit more courageous. No matter what the demon slayer tried to tell him. But the demons? They'll kill you as— Are you sure you can fight the other ones too, Shoichi? Shoichi ignored the other boy, as he crept further down the hall, Teruko close to his side. Kiyoshi! Are you there? It's Shoichi. You can't be so loud. What if the demons hear you? We're surely done for the dash. All of a sudden, Zenitsu paused, eyes widening, before he turned to Shoichi. I think that was your brother talking? The boy paused. Really? Where? A hopeful glint in his eyes, all traces of fear disappearing at the mention of his brother. Beside him, Teruko shared the same sentiment. She had been absolutely terrified and close to tears throughout the day, and Shoichi warmed at the sight of a small smile on her face. Zenitsu carefully stepped forwards, and the siblings followed eagerly. Once they had reached the end of the hall, he shakily pointed towards a door to the right. Kiyoshi! I'm here. Shoichi! The muffled voice of his brother came almost immediately from behind the sliding door, and he had never felt so much relief in his life. Without a second thought, he practically ripped the door open, crashing into his brother who was kneeling on the floor, Tsuzumi drummed tightly within his grip. Tears streamed down his face as he sobbed loudly into his brother's chest, wetting the cloth of his kimono. Teruko followed behind, practically jumping onto them and hugging the two of them tightly. I almost thought you'd already be dead. The younger boy choked out between them. Kiyoshi looked over to Zenitsu with a tentative smile. And you brought them here? Thank you so much. You'll get us back safely, right? To the Slayer's horror, the little girl nodded vigorously. Yeah. Zen-chan is super strong and... Wait. Tanjiro clapped his hands together as he stood in front of the fading body of the horned demon, allowing himself a few moments to pay respect to the life he'd just ended before continuing on his duty. The act held a certain importance to the boy, no matter how often he'd have to do it. Not that he could waste all too much time here either. This hadn't been the only demon in the house, and from what his nose could tell him, not the strongest either. Even more importantly, there were people inside he had to rescue. He strapped his sister's box around him and opened the door to the next room. A quick whiff of the air confirmed that the direction he was heading into led him towards the objective. If directions could be trusted in any way, in this haunted house, that is. The boy rushed through the corridors. His best chance at finding anyone was tracking the kids before the rooms got scrambled once more. Tanjiro felt himself near the group as he twisted through the winding hallways and spacious rooms. Finally, he approached his destination at the end of a hallway. He was immediately alarmed by the sound of loud sobbing, spurring him to run through the doorway. He was met with the sight of 3 children clutching one another, the cause of the loud sobbing. Actually, on a second glance, the older blonde boy off to the side was likely causing the most noise. Tanjiro did a double take when he spotted the customary Demon Slayer Corps uniform he wore, along with the long blade by his side. He hadn't known that another Demon Slayer was also on the job, although he was relieved that he wouldn't have to do the mission alone. This would make both fighting the demons and saving the kids much easier. Thank you. Finally someone who can save me. The blonde rushed to his side, falling down dramatically. Or maybe not. How did this guy make it past exams? Tanjiro ignored his peer, coughing a bit before he spoke up. Hello. I'm Tanjiro, here for your rescue. Please, don't be afraid. Tanjiro trod over to the kids, carefully, adorning the friendliest face he could muster. The oldest looked up at him, while the younger children, his siblings perhaps, remained unmoving from their huddled position. Tanjiro could tell that he looked worse for wear, sweat dripping down his temples and expression contorted in pain. Are you all right? Show me your injuries, you're so strong for hanging on for so long. Tanjiro scanned the boy, easily identifying the wound on the child's leg. Hoping to calm the boy, Tanjiro smiled while raising his sensei's ointment into the air dramatically. I'm going to apply some of this ointment. It works like a charm, and you'll feel better in no time. Okay, the boy replied teary-eyed. The boy's siblings finally moved away to allow Tanjiro some room. Having calmed down by now, they looked at him gratefully. Tanjiro carefully applied the ointment, before securing the leg in cloth. Okay, you're all set. Things will be fine now and I will make sure you get home safely. I promise. Tanjiro gave one last smile to the boy, standing up. We should get going though. Your parents will be looking for you. And so would the other demons in this house, but they didn't have to know that. The children, although a bit hesitantly, stood up to follow him. Brave kids. This place even gave him a fright. Tanjiro. He turned around, his fellow slayer pointing a shaky finger ahead of them. I can hear demons fighting in that direction. The scary one with the drums. I'm not sure if we should be dash. Tanjiro nodded, as he took off into a sprint. If the demons were fighting amongst each other, well, there really was only one thing that could be driving that. He'd have to be quick if he wanted to save whoever was unlucky enough to be the object of their conflict. Tanjiro, wait for me. Izuku hung himself upside down from the hole he'd made previously as the room tumbled and turned. He watched his friend dodge a vertical slash below him as he waited for his moment. Spotting an opening, the hero let himself go, twisting in the air as he landed a kick into the villain's jaw. The man was sent flying. Izuku nodded as Inosuke rushed towards their opponent once more. Surrender! You're outmatched? The villain was strong, and his increasing anger seemed to fuel him, each drumbeat coming faster than the previous. But with the two of them working together, Izuku knew that he spoke the truth. To a traitor and a human? The villain snarled in fury, flying sheets of calligraphy paper around him adding to the effect. Never! Well, it was worth a try. They'd find a way to apprehend him one way or another. Maybe they could separate him from those drums of his? Judging by the gaping hole in his back, they were clearly removable, and since all his quirk's powers seemed to rely upon them, now how could he get a hold of them? Right? Black Whip. How had he not thought of this before? With a crackle of energy, glowing tendrils snapped out of his hand, reaching toward the villain and just about to subdue him, apparently a few moments too late, as the villain hastily beat his drum. The hero quickly reoriented his quirk to grab onto a wooden door panel and swung himself back, using the momentum to crash into his foe. Inosuke looked at him, bewildered. What the hell is that? My quirk. Seeing no signs of understanding in the boy, Izuku continued, I'll explain later, grab onto him. The villain's eyes widened, attempting to strike at his chest, only to find his right hand immobilized. He looked back in shock, Izuku pulling him in tightly as his friend grabbed onto one of the villain's legs. The man thrust his body around erratically, trying to shake them off. He struck his drums with his remaining free hand, sending them tumbling around, and trying to shake them off to no avail as the two latched on tightly. Izuku grasped the other arm, bringing them to a halt. Take his drums. The villain gave out a panicked shriek. Inosuke nodded, immediately getting to work. 5 heavy tugs later, their fully subdued and disarmed opponent lay on the floor, arms tied behind his back. Victory once more, for the great Inosuke. From the corner of his eyes, Izuku saw a raised sword, glimmering in the light. Realizing what the boy was about to do, urgency filled his voice. Wait, don't kill him. Inosuke's head turned towards him, apparently startled by Izuku's serious tone of voice. What do you mean, Izuku? I need to finish it off. Why you can't just kill him? We already subdued him, he isn't a threat to anyone. Heroes arrest the villains, murdering them is wrong. Although Inosuke still looked rather confused, he lowered his sword at the words. Izuku sighed in relief. Somewhat disturbingly, the villain's expression seemed just as baffled. It seemed executions were seen as the norm here. Remembering something, the hero's eyes darted towards the destroyed wall leading to the next room over. I'll go check on the civilian real quick. You make sure the villain doesn't try anything, all right? You got it. The boar head shouted out boisterously, holding down the man with his foot. Izuku nodded. He could swear he saw some steam coming out of his nostrils, before making his way out of the room. He found the civilian boy huddled in a corner. Relief showed on his face as he recognized who had come out of the door. So you won? The demon, did you? Izuku gave him a wide, confident grin. Defeated and securely apprehended. You won't have to worry about him anymore. Do you think you'll be all right? Weiss, I think so, the civilian stuttered out, tears forming in his eyes. I thought I'd ended up being that monster's meal, I was sure of it. I was ready to die. How am I ever going to thank you enough? Don't worry about it, it's our duty as heroes. Izuku stated firmly, carefully picking his rescue up. Now let's get you out of here, all right? The boy in his grip chuckled at that. Hero? Anything more specific I can call you, Hiro-san? My name's Izuku Midoriya. And Izuku stopped himself, suddenly. He barely dodged the sword aimed for his head, yelping as he jumped backwards ungracefully. Quickly, he went into a battle-ready stance, dropping the civilian behind him as he searched for the enemy. A burgundy-haired boy cloaked in green emerged from the shadows, a pitch-black blade at his side. Get away from him, demon. I'm your opponent here. Another one of those demon slayers, apparently, if the uniform and sword were anything to go by. Why were these people everywhere? The boy came charging at him once more. Just as the hero made himself ready to counter the attack, a hand appeared in front of him. The civilian boy was standing before him, arms outstretched, protectively. "Don't. Please, he's not a demon, I promise he saved me from one," he said, desperately. Pointing towards the neighboring room, "What you're looking for is inside there." The slayer stopped himself, lowering his blade, a glint of curiosity in his eyes. "Oh, really? That's odd." He seemed lost in thought, looking between the two of them. He straightened himself, bowing deeply. "My deepest apologies. I've made a terrible mistake in my haste. Please, forgive me." Izuku recognized the sincerity in his voice. "Don't worry about it, you're definitely not the first to make that mistake," the hero sighed. As the slayer straightened himself back up, he turned towards the next room, disappearing through the doorway. Izuku stood for a moment, not quite sure what to do after the strange interaction, before remembering that there was still a villain that he needed to turn in. He followed after, albeit a bit warily after almost getting attacked. Once he entered the room, he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Inosuke still had the villain trapped under him. The burgundy-haired boy was approaching the two of them, sword held at the ready. An excited glint formed in Inosuke's eyes as the stranger neared him. "Oi Izuma, who's that? You look pretty strong." "Tanjiro Kamado, Demon Slayer Corps?" The boy answered, amicably. "You two are together, right? And that's the demon you captured?" "He's the one that tried to eat the person from earlier," Izuku nodded, a bit warily. "Good work. I can sense that he must have been powerful. Definitely the strongest demonic presence in this place. Must have eaten quite a few humans to get there." Tanjiro stated, contemplatively. No match for the great Inosuke, and Iruko helped a bit too, I guess." His somewhat friend exclaimed loudly, the villain snarling and squirming below him. Izuku suppressed the urge to facepalm. "Sorry, my name's actually Izuku Midoriya, but Inosuke can't seem to pronounce it correctly." Tanjiro smiled at him sympathetically. "All right then. Let's put an end to this." He raised his blade, poised above the villain's head. Izuku's blood ran cold. "Wait." The slayer paused briefly, staring down at the panicked face below him. "We shouldn't extend his suffering unnecessarily. A quick death is more merciful." He tried to resume his stroke, only to find his arm ensnared in a tight grip. "How is killing him necessary?" Izuku shouted out. He let just a bit of his quirk pulse into his arm. The boy was strong. "Because he's a human-eating demon. He's too dangerous to be left alive." The slayer answered, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Izuku felt anger build inside him. Why did everyone here seem to think this was normal? With a strong tug, he pulled the boy away from the captive. "That's what the heroes and police are for. That's what we have laws for. Please, step away or you'll have to be arrested as well." Tanjiro took a step back, tone serious. "Listen. You do not know what you're talking about here." "I know, because if it were me a couple years ago I might have thought the same." He raised his sword once more. "This demon is dangerous. He will only kill more innocents and grow more powerful if I don't end it here. I will not ask you to do it yourself. But I have a duty. Stand aside." Izuku stood firmly, fists balled. "I can't allow that dash." A sword was pointed towards his face, hovering dangerously close. "But what do you think you're doing?" Inosuke stood up, growling. He raised his own swords, walking up to Izuku's side. "You're a demon slayer too? Aren't you? You should know that we can't just let him get away." "Yeah, but don't point a sword towards Isaki like you're going to kill him." Inosuke sounded serious. "I wasn't going to." The three of them faced one another, tense and awaiting movement from any one of them. Sensing movement behind him, Izuku dared to briefly glance in the direction, finding empty floor where the villain had been seconds ago. He cursed himself loudly as he saw the man dashing towards the door, Tanjiro already in pursuit, blade unsheathed. The hero felt the world stop as the slayer swung his weapon towards the villain's neck. "Stop!" Black whip shot out of his fingertips, wrapping around the slayer's arms and yanking him back. What are you doing?" "He'll escape." Izuku let his legs pulse with energy as he ran. The villain was nearing the door by now, preparing to crash through the thin fabric and escape. Just as he reached it, the panel flung open. A blur of movement, faster than Izuku could blink. He took a moment to process as the villain's head dropped to the ground with a sickening thud, rolling across the floor and to his feet. Izuku froze up, gaze unseeing. When he recovered enough to look up from the dead eddies, a familiar blonde mop of hair came into his view. The golden-clad figure trembled at the doorway, bloody sword in hand. Zenitsu screamed. Although the sun had been high in the sky when they first entered the mansion, by now it was slowly dipping into the canopy of the forest ahead of them. Tanjiro had been rather concerned about this, urging them to hurry. It appeared, the slayers seemed to consider the dark to be dangerous. Izuku followed behind the group, mutely and unseeing. Heavy thoughts whizzed around inside him. A list of unanswered questions ever growing in his mind. How could they end someone's life just like that? The boy in yellow didn't even know he was doing it. And yet, after they had gotten over the initial shock, he hadn't seemed fazed at all, even relieved that the villain had been murdered. And what had happened to the man, anyways? Izuku flinched as the images of the corpse flashed through his mind once again. He had clearly seen the head roll to the ground, body dropping beside him. A clean cut. Yet, strangely enough, the body had almost immediately started disintegrating, skin crumbling into fine dust, before disappearing completely. And not a single reaction from any of the others, even after all that had happened. A part of Izuku clung onto a meager hope that it all had been within his own imagination, not the first time the thought had crossed his mind since he'd arrived in this place. A very firm pinch on his own forearm quickly disproved the hypothesis. He winced slightly as the movement caused a wave of pain to shoot across his skin. "Oi, Itsuki, what are you doing? You're gonna hurt yourself." Izuku abruptly turned his head towards the voice, finding Inosuke's face right up to his own. "Where'd you get all those scars from anyways? Must have fought some really strong opponents." The hero backed off slightly, spotting some drool leaving the boarhead's mouth. He looked down at his bare skin. Right, he'd lost most of his t-shirt helping that kid out earlier. He should probably just dispose of it at this point, as wrecked as it was. No, that's just from training. Or a consequence of breaking your bones over and over again, oftentimes due to fighting murderous villains. Mostly anyways. To Izuku's horror, his friend's voice lit up further. "That's so cool. Is that how you got so strong? You break your bones? Show me." Had he said that out loud? Izuku cursed his habit of muttering, which had landed him in more than one embarrassing situation. "Wait no, Inosuke, don't get the wrong idea. Breaking your bones isn't healthy and it was part of my failures as breaking your bones makes them stronger, right? So that means if I break every bone in my body dash. Please don't continue that sentence. There are better ways to train, I promise dash Izuku begged. Like what? Well, there's agility training, or dash instant regret filled the hero as he uttered the words. Oh right. Fight me Iruko. At this moment, Tanjiro briefly looked over at the two. He patted Izuku on the shoulder, a sympathetic smile on his face. Izuku appreciated the action. Although, part of Izuku was grateful for the distraction from his thoughts. The remainder of the trip had been rather uneventful, save for the talking crow that they encountered, pestering Tanjiro for a bit with instructions on their destination before promptly turning around to attack Izuku. Even the animals hated him here. The bird thankfully flew off shortly after, when a salivating Inosuke attempted to grab it. They arrived just as darkness set for good. Zenitsu clung onto them like a barnacle at this point, teeth chattering loudly. Izuku looked at the ornate wooden mansion with some skepticism, too similar to the horror house they just left for his own taste. They currently stood in front of towering doors. The pristine kanji for wisteria circled by leafy designs was imprinted into the smooth wood, a family crest, as Tanjiro noted. According to the crow from before, they would stay at the mansion to rest for the night. Izuku was relieved, considering the deep weariness set into his bones, and the way his eyelids drooped from tiredness after all that had happened. He had to wonder though, what was it with all this eerie ancient architecture here? And the clothes, and the odd accents, he'd attributed all of it to this being some odd remote area, but just how secluded could they really be, within his own prefecture? An uneasy feeling crept up inside of him, panic easing its way up his throat the more he dwelled on it. Hey, Tanjiro? Can I ask you something? It might be a bit odd. The boy in question had been peering into the building through a crack in the wall. Yes, of course. He turned around, smiling patiently. No such thing as a bad question, Izuku. He stopped himself. Ah, sorry. It's a habit I got from being the eldest son for so long. Please ask away. He really hoped that he would be proven wrong. He was probably wrong, and he would embarrass himself afterwards. But as impossible as it seemed, he couldn't completely disregard the prospect. Pushing the thoughts aside, Izuku carefully considered his next words. What would be the least suspicious way to test his hypothesis? What's the name of the emperor, again? My memory's been a bit hazy as of late. Tanjiro stared at him for a moment, a calculating look displayed on his face. He seemed to reflect a moment before answering. Emperor Taisho. He's held the position for over 5 years now. Emperor Taisho. Taisho period, 1912 to 1926, his teacher's lazy handwriting on the blackboard flashed across his mind. Izuku stared at Tanjiro like a deer in headlights. All the breath seemed to have been knocked out of him. Are you sure? Even I knew that, Izuku. Aren't you supposed to be smart and stuff? The boar had exclaimed. The hero barely registered that his friend had called him by his actual name for the first time. This had to be a dream. 1917? This was long before the first quirks had even appeared. He'd seen the powers that the villains in the mansion held, and the fear in the eyes of those around them. The mansion gates squeaked open, taking him out of his daze. A short old woman with hair tied into a large bun appeared, looking at them cautiously, him, more so than the others, before stepping out. I see you are demon hunters. Please, come in. The lady gave a curt bow before stepping aside. Sorry for disturbing you this late at night. Tanjiro blurted out. He entered the compounds, the others following closely behind. The old woman spurted ahead, leading them into the house, deceivingly fast for her age, the hero remarked. He heard Zenitsu mumbling something about how they were being lured by a monster that was definitely going to eat him. Your rooms are to the left. Please change into the nightwear at your beds. I'll be preparing dinner in the meantime. Leave your clothes in the basket outside so I can wash them, she stated. Turning to Izuku, she squinted her eyes. Or what's left of them at least. Maybe we can get you something new for tomorrow, dear. Oh, right, maybe. Thank you very much. Izuku flushed at the reminder once again of his destroyed garments. The old woman smiled gently. Oh, and please do tell me if you have any preferences on how it should look, yes? Izuku finished changing and made his way into the dining area to wait. He was rather shocked by the large array of steaming dishes placed before their seats. Their host was fast, almost scarily so. As the familiar scent of fried pork cutlet entered his nostrils, Izuku was briefly reminded of his home, his mother cooking for him after a long day at work as he recounted all he'd done that day, all the heroes he'd cited. A smile stretched across his face. He thanked the woman for the food and dug in. Inosuke beside him had already finished half his bowl, greedily stuffing his cheeks full with his bare hands and grinning all the while. At the sight, Tanjiro held out his bowl, offering the rest of his food. If you're that hungry, you can have this too. Izuku smiled even wider. Tanjiro truly was such a nice guy. After thanking the lady vehemently for all the accommodations, Izuku headed back with the others to the room they would be sleeping in. 4 cots were already neatly arranged on the floor, and they were quick to claim their spots. The old lady came back through the doorway moments later, a tall man with a brown hat and white shirt emerging behind her. She introduced him as the doctor that would be checking up on them. After some poking and prodding, the doctor smiled and told them that fortunately, their injuries were nothing too severe for the most part. A day or 2 of rest would be enough for all of them, save for Tanjiro, who still had a broken arm from his previous fight. Soon enough, the 4 were left to their own devices, and after some brief talking and squabbling, they burrowed into their cots. One by one, the others fell asleep, and the room quieted. Izuku lay awake, staring up at the ceiling. The day had been so exhausting and too much to process at the time, and all the thoughts he had tried to push away came crashing down with nothing to distract him. The room suddenly felt far too small, as if the walls were closing in on him. He just needed a breath of fresh air to abate the choking sensation in his chest. Shakily, Izuku stood up, quietly stepping towards the doorway. Once he was in the hallway, he stumbled for a bit, unfamiliar with his new surroundings. He gave off a sigh of relief when he eventually reached a door that opened to the mansion's porch. Immediately, cool air tingled on his skin. He inhaled deeply. The claustrophobic feeling had gone away, and with it came relief. Izuku closed his eyes, leaning on the railing, allowing himself to take in the sounds of insects buzzing and the embrace of the summer breeze. And everything hit him all at once, as though his fears had built up all this time, only to unceremoniously crash into him in this instant. He was here, in this strange place, not even in his own time. With no clue how he'd gotten here, and even less of an idea on how he could ever hope to return. It had been days by now, long since any time-related quirk would have lost its effect. There were no heroes he could contact, no one that he knew who could help him. Quirks didn't even exist. He still couldn't completely believe that this wasn't all just a dream, a nightmare that he would wake up from, and then he would be in the dorms and he would be safe with his friends. And he would call his mother, and All Might would be there to pat him on the back and give him words of support, and things would be normal. Was that too much to hope for? Would he ever be able to get back again? A voice whispered in the back of his mind. An image flashed through his mind, of years passing by, all of his loved ones constantly searching for him even though it was futile. Even worse, without himself to stop all for one, without someone to hold the torch of one for all against him, would he burn the world to ashes, kill all of his loved ones, destroy society as he knew it? All his friends lying battered and bruised, strewn carelessly on the ground, each one with the same unmoving, glassy eyes. It was too much to handle. "Izuku, are you all right?" A familiar voice rang above the static in his ears, before someone grabbed his shoulders. Izuku flinched away, knocking into the railing behind him. "Izuku, can you hear me?" He had to find a way to get back, no matter what. His friends, everyone, they needed him to be there so that he could make sure that nothing happened to them. But how could he get back? "How? Can you take some deep breaths for me? You're safe right now, don't worry." The cheery voice reminded Izuku of his classmates. Uraraka, with her brilliant smiles, or Kirishima, with his constant encouragement. Izuku gulped in deep breaths of air, inhaling slowly. A hand had wound its way onto his arm, gentle and comforting in its touch. It seemed like ages until he finally felt like he wasn't choking on every breath, and the pounding in his head diminished. "I know you're a demon. I knew right away that I didn't make a mistake there. My nose has never failed me so far. But, you know what else my nose told me?" Izuku opened his eyes, adjusting to the sudden moonlight, before his eyes zeroed in on the figure in front of him. A mess of hair, just like his own, and friendly eyes looked back at him. "That you have kindness in you. That you have courage, and you want to protect those around you. I trust you." "I'm not." Izuku raised his hand to retort before putting it back down. Wrong as it might be, he'd be unlikely to convince the boy otherwise, regardless, and at the very least, Tanjiro seemed understanding. "Thank you." The Slayer nodded. "It must be hard, pushing Muzan's influence away like that. You must be strong." Tanjiro stated. "Maybe that's what keeps you safe from the sun, keeps you mostly human. The determination, to keep those around you safe, to keep your sanity while a voice in your ear is telling you to kill them. Consume them. You've never given in. And you never will," the boy said confidently. His eyes narrowed. "But others, most demons you'll encounter, don't have that. The drum demon back at the mansion killed over 100 innocents to obtain the powers that he used." Tanjiro inhaled sharply. "That's something you can't come back from. And it's our duty to put an end to it." "I understand. Thank you for trusting me." Izuku looked at the ground, nodding carefully. "You can smell all of that?" Quirks weren't supposed to exist here. He left the last part unsaid. His companion scratched his burgundy hair, smiling sheepishly. I just always had a really good nose. Since birth." A scratching sound came from the box behind him. Oh, right, there's still something I wanted to show you. Or rather, someone. They're very important to me. The boy carefully opened up the small door. Izuku jumped back a bit as two curious eyes peered at him from inside, before a young girl popped out, a piece of bamboo stuck in her mouth. This is my sister, Nezuko. She turned into a demon just like you, last winter. Whatever Izuku expected to be within the box Tanjiro lugged around so protectively, this was not it. He'd seen the occasional movement inside the box, but he'd expected it to be some sort of pet, a cat, maybe. Not a literal person. Blinking out of his shock, Izuku managed to get his mouth to work. You carry your sister in a box? Now that he looked more closely, that thing seemed far too small to fit the girl. He pointed to the girl's mouth. I'm not happy with the muzzle either, believe me. Jusan had it as a condition for allowing her to live at all. The boy said with some sadness. Nezuko-chan has to hide, during the day. From the sun and from others. If the wrong demon slayer were to see her dash, he turned to Izuku, tone serious. That counts for you as well. Be careful. And he would. In this unfamiliar world of too many unknowns, he'd have to be more cautious, at least until he'd properly grasped how things worked here. The two of them were startled when a shrill voice called out from inside the building, accompanied by a grunt further back. Tanjiro, how could you hide such a pretty girl for yourself? After a rather restless night, thanks in no small part due to Zenitsu's antics, Izuku had eventually taken his pillow to a different room. Hopefully, this wouldn't become a regular occurrence. The four made quick work of what would likely be their last proper meal in a while, before packing their things for the journey. The hero quickly hid around the corner when another one of the strange talking crows flew to them. Luckily, the bird didn't seem to notice him as it gave the hunters their next destination. Mount Natagumo. He'd heard the name before. From a field trip perhaps. In primary school, a few years back, or hundreds upon hundreds of years in the future, Izuku quickly pushed aside the thought. Izuku, you're also ready to go with us? Tanjiro looked over to the boy, expectantly. The greenhead looked at him a bit bewildered, just like that, before giving a sharp nod. He didn't really have anywhere else to go. And more importantly, there were people out there that needed help. The lady who had been their host for the night bid them farewell, praying for their safety during their journey. Just as they were about to leave, the woman beckoned Izuku over, pulling out a bundle of fabric, seemingly out of nowhere. As she handed it over, and as Izuku unfolded the lavish cloth, he marveled at the sight. With all that had happened the night before, he had forgotten the offer for new garments. The old lady tugged at the sleeves of his robe, smiling gently. I'll have that back, dear. You'll want something a bit lighter when you're fighting out there. Izuku bowed, thanking the woman profusely. Thank you so much. You really didn't need to do that, especially with how much you've helped us already. The woman looked down in thought. It's been lying around here far too long, anyways. The slayer that left it behind isn't of this world anymore, she said, remorsefully. It would be wrong of me to keep it here. You will honor their memory in your journey. Although he had been a bit unsure about wearing and possibly destroying a dead man's relic, the lady had insisted that it would be fine. The hero slipped off his old robes and carefully put the haori onto his shoulders, before hurrying after his new companions. It was nighttime when they neared the edge of the forest surrounding the mountain, and Zenitsu plopped onto the ground, hugging his knees in fear. Zenitsu? What's wrong? Tanjiro asked in concern, immediately, like a good upstanding hero. Fat tears tumbled down onto golden cloth. I'm scared all right. Now that we're getting closer, that mountain is giving off really creepy vibes. Inosuke scoffed. He's just sitting there. How creepy is that? I'm creepy? You're wearing a boar head, and he's a demon. How am I the creepy one here? Izuku sighed at the comment. They couldn't keep waiting around. Just as Izuku opened his mouth to say it out loud, he noticed that Tanjiro at his side had frozen all of a sudden, looking off towards the mountain with gritted teeth. What's wrong? Zenitsu looked up nervously. That smell, what is it? Tanjiro muttered before shooting off, Inosuke and Izuku following behind. Zenitsu chased after them, pleading for them to come back. As they ran up the steep path, The bruised figure of a boy appeared in front of them, struggling to move, a sword clenched in his hand. Another slayer, most likely, the jacket too? No, that didn't matter. A kid. The boy, who looked to be a few years younger than himself, raised his head with difficulty, watery eyes blown wide and pleading. Help me. Izuku shot towards his side, quicker than a whip, Tanjiro next to him. What happened? The hero's eyes darted around, instincts flaring once more. He was barely able to react in time as the stranger in front of him was violently tugged upwards, narrowly managing to get a grip on his arm. He slowly powered up one for all, pulling the panicked boy to the ground. From the edge of his vision, Izuku spotted something shimmering above them. Tanjiro! There are strings pulling him. The slayer quickly recovered from his shock, lunging forwards with his sword, slicing through the air above the boy's head in one smooth motion. The loose threads floated harmlessly in the wind, letting the boy fall into Izuku's lap. They were attached to me too. The boy looked up in shock after his near escape from death, and Izuku inspected him for injuries. Fortunately, he hadn't received any that would be life-threatening, yet he hesitated to leave the boy alone in his current state. Tanjiro stood at his side, looking at the state of his fellow slayer grimly. Come on and stop wasting time. I'll go on ahead without you. Inosuke grumbled impatiently, already turning forwards and unsheathing his swords. This is making me hungry. This is terrifying, terrifying, Zenitsu murmured, rocking back and forth on the ground. I'm staying right here. Izuku nodded. Looks like he'd found a solution to the problem at hand. Zenitsu, you can take care of him, we'll go on ahead. He turned to the frazzled slayer, and you said attached to you too, there's others? Why's? All of them, my entire team, those strings were controlling them. It all happened so quickly. I heard my friend scream from behind Makoto, move. And then suddenly he started attacking us. I barely dodged in time dash, the boy hugged his knees, trembling. With his sword. And then the others all just hacking at each other, screaming. They're all dead now. All of them. And I was stupid enough to think that I got away. The demon was just playing with me. Like a toy. You're safe now. And we'll make sure that demon doesn't harm anyone else. Izuku placed a hand on his shoulder, suppressing his horror under a forced smile. So they can know that everything will be alright because I am here. Don't go in. You're Mizunoto too, right? You'll just die like the others. We'll be careful. Izuku nodded solemnly, promptly ignoring the advice as he turned to follow Tanjiro, already heading down the dark path. Inosuke huffed impatiently. Finally. Enough of this stuff, I'm getting bored. With that, the boar head stormed off ahead of them towards the forest. The forest was dark, tall trees looming high above them and casting the ground in shade. As they ran along the path, Izuku couldn't help but notice the odd amount of spiders scuttling along the shadows, a shiver rushing up his spine as he imagined spindly legs crawling on his skin. He had never liked arachnids. Inosuke halted as his hands caught on one of the many silky webs suspended between the brush. What a pain! This place is full of spiderwebs. He shook his hand in annoyance before the sticky strands finally came off. They continued on the path for some time, before Tanjiro turned to both of them, smiling, I want to thank you both. After I picked up that ominous scent from the mountain, I was scared. Now that you're both here though, I feel encouraged to keep going. Inosuke only stared dumbly through his boar mask, while Izuku gave a wobbly smile in response. Of course. There's no way I'd let you go in alone. Moments later, Tanjiro steeled himself as they saw the figure stumbling through the bushes meters away. They ran over to the boy, who wore another one of the signature Demon Slayer uniforms. Are you okay? My name's Izuku, and we're here as backup. Izuku asked. Emirata. Mizunoto. What are you? Why don't you have a sword? By the look on Tanjiro's face, he assumed that to be Demon Slayer Corps. Terminology, and nodded along. Murata looked like he was about to say something in response, but he was interrupted when a strange, unsettling noise resonated throughout the forest. The boy paled, frozen in terror. That sound again? Izuku's head turned abruptly as he spotted a slayer appear from behind the trees, and then a second, walking towards them slowly. More of them, are they all right though? The way they're moving is a bit odd. Don't. Their dash. Before Murata could finish his warning, Izuku dodged a blade aimed towards him. Inosuke blocked the second strike as the other slayer lunged forward. We already know that the other weakling we saved earlier told us. Makoto dash. Makoto. Izuku quickly corrected, focus remaining on the two in front of them. Don't worry. We'll take care of this, you'll be safe now. Tanjiro. The hero dashed forward, ramming into the two slayers who tumbled to the ground. With a quick slash, their arms dropped harmless at their sides. Thank you. Izuku nodded. They were in horrible shape, barely keeping themselves conscious, but for the very least alive. Kids, he reminded himself again. Who was sending all these teenagers to die, in a forest, with no adult slayer to protect them? Inosuke grunted in annoyance. Too easy, and we can't even beat them up. Where's this stupid demon hiding anyways? I want a challenge. Tanjiro yelled from behind them, Izuku whipping his head back instinctually. Be careful. There are more of them coming this way. More and more demon slayers stumbled into the clearing, jerking from side to side and drawing their swords. They got into a battle-ready stance, watching as the he-counted 7 figures neared. One of the slayers charged forwards with an upward slash aiming for his head. Izuku ducked, quickly disarming the hapless slayer with a blow to his shoulder, sword falling to the ground. He grabbed the weapon, a bit clumsily slashing it around the air, after a few attempts, managing to cut the living puppet free from its strings. VHH? Izumi, you're holding it all wrong. Have you never touched a katana before or what? The boar head grunted, incredulously bashing his head against his poor opponent. Izuku winced slightly at the resulting crack. No, not really something we use where I'm from. Careful there, they're still our allies. Tanjiro glanced over at him briefly, as he danced through the mass of slayers surrounding them. I can teach you if you want to Yes. The hero smiled gratefully, as he faced down his last opponent. His eyes widened suddenly. Tanjiro. Below dash, his friend skidded to the side just in time as the arm of one of the bodies on the forest floor reached for his legs. The green-clad slayer chopped the air above it, expression tense. I'm sure that I already cut his strings just now, he muttered. Were the strings regenerating? Izuku's analytic mind worked overdrive, thinking over the possibilities. Feeling a tickling sensation on his hand, he glanced over to see a pearly white spider attached to glistening silk. Realization dawned over him, before he flung the terror a safe distance away. It's the spiders making the string. Izuku alerted the others. Inosuke let out a belly-deep laugh. So we just need to kill them then? He stabbed one of the many spiders crawling over the ground. There's too many though. We need to find the demon controlling them. Tanjiro sidestepped a blow from one of the slayers, only for another to charge forwards and nearly hit him. We can't keep this up forever. Inosuke, can you locate the demon? He nodded over to Izuku and Murata. We can hold them off in the meantime. Fine, forehead. Inosuke grumbled before plunging both his katanas into the dirt, turning backwards and crouching into a position, arms spread at their full width. Beast-breathing 7th form, spatial awareness. After a few seconds of concentration, the boy stood up again, pointing off somewhere into the forest. That way. Can I go beat up the demon already? Fighting these weaklings is getting boring. Well, that definitely looks useful for recovery missions. Izuku knocked back one of their opponents who had aimed for Inosuke in his inattentive state. Go. Both of you, I can hold them off. Izuku said seriously. He let One for All's energy pulse through him, concentrating, as if to prove the point. Are you sure? All alone? You're bound to tire eventually. Tanjiro shot a look of concern between parrying a hit. I can stay behind as well. We can figure out a way to fend them off by cutting the strings. There has to be more people being attacked, so you two, go on. Murata held his sword in front of him defensively. I'm sure. The faster you get this done. Black Whip emerged from his arm, engulfing a slayer beside him. Murata looked at him somewhat alarmed, which Tanjiro promptly ignored, heading off deeper into the forest with Inosuke in chase, laughing loudly. Izuku turned. I'll apprehend them, cut any strings that you can, and don't get caught. He bared his teeth into a grin. What are you? The black-haired slayer backed away slightly. Not this again. I'll explain later, let's hold them off for now. Izuku brushed away his exasperation in favor of surveying their enemies. Murata seemed to have recovered from his surprise, and Izuku admired the way he seamlessly came to his side, setting into a rhythm of cutting the strings as Izuku knocked weapons out of hands. Suddenly, Izuku halted. An uncomfortable prickling sensation ran through his body. He glanced up. Above them stood the ghostly figure of a teenage boy, staring down at them, intently. And what are you doing here? Fighting with a human of all things. I wonder what's taking Mother so long to kill you already? Izuku balled his fists. How can you kill so easily? End the lives of innocents without any second thought. The heroes sidestepped simultaneous attacks, tentacles grabbing their swords as he contained them. He wrestled the slayers to the ground, before bounding upwards in a burst of power, fist drawn backwards. It's my job to stop you if you won't listen to reason. The demon jumped back to dodge the attack, a bored expression on his face. Quick as lightning, Izuku shot tendrils of black whip toward the boy, too fast and numerous for any normal person to dodge. It was clear that his opponent wasn't normal though, as he managed to contort around the danger, mostly. As he overshot his target, Izuku let his quirk hook itself onto the thick webbing that the demon stood on, launching himself abruptly towards his target from above as he pulled in, colliding with the boy's chest. The demon gasped in surprise as he skidded back. The hero landed on the ground, prepared for further attacks from his opponent. Though the demon only stared at the bruise as it vanished, eyes wide. Not bad, better than what most of my family could do. You are strong. He chuckled uncomfortably, a slim smile on his face. Maybe I should keep you. Izuku shuddered, readying for another attack. In the blink of an eye though, the boy was gone, and Murata was rushing to his side. Around them, the other slayers collapsed onto the ground. Tiny spiders disappeared in puffs of smoke around them. Ah, looks like they found the demon that controlled them. Izuku stated. And they're most likely not alive. He pushed the thought aside. It's for the best. The hero started picking up bodies around him. Thankfully, all were still breathing. Let's get them somewhere safer. That's not the only danger they'll be facing in this cursed forest. The hero muttered. 5 teenagers hung over his shoulders. His companion recovered his breath before he picked up the remaining slayer. With the fight concluded, Murata looked back at him, blankly. You're a demon, aren't you? They left me alone with a demon. Zenitsu cursed himself. This forest was terrifying, he knew it. Why hadn't he just listened to the others and stayed outside safe and sound with Makoto? But no, the boy insisted that he'd be fine. Looked at him all judgmental, as if he was a coward. Hadn't he told Izuku just moments earlier that they shouldn't be going in? Why does everyone hate him? If only they would have left him to guard Nezuko instead. Bringing a delicate young girl into such a terrifying place, unforgivable. The golden-haired boy wailed a bit, as quietly as he could, so as not to attract any more demons than he likely already did, weak and alone as he was. Maybe if he made himself small enough, they wouldn't bother making a meal out of something so pitiful. Zenitsu cried out in pain, as something sharp pricked him, annoyance building up. Where even are they? This stupid smell is only getting worse. He plugged his nose, before stopping abruptly, ignoring Chuntaro's insistent chirping. The thing was really getting on his nerves. He shivered as he backed away from the spiders scuttling on the ground. And how could he forget the creepy spiders crawling all over the place too? A loud pattering sounded behind him, and that was the last straw. Zenitsu turned around, furiously. Shut up. Just stay still, you dumb dash. There was a human head, attached to spider legs. Zenitsu screamed. After Murata managed to calm down enough to stop visibly panicking, although he still had a concerningly faraway look in his eyes, Izuku was too tired to placate him any longer. He wearily asked about their next course of action. I don't like the idea of leaving the others on their own in there, the hero mumbled. He glanced up at the unconscious slayers piled up on his shoulders, running along, more and more light streaming through the trees upon them as they approached the forest's edge. But someone will have to take care of all of these injuries. Could you take care of that, Murata? Yes. Of course, sir, whatever you say. The boy trembled, Izuku groaning internally. Please just call me by my name at least. They arrived back at the entrance shortly after in front of an astonished Makoto. As they dropped the bodies down, the boy quickly confirmed the pulse for each, before looking up at the hero, tears in his eyes. He brought them back. Alive, most of them at least. Makoto bit his lip, thinking about the friends he lost. Because he was too weak. He bowed down. Thank you. Izuku smiled. I trust that you two can handle it here then. I have to go back to see if I can save anyone else. The two nodded thankfully, both wishing him luck on his journey. Murata still looked a bit discomfort, but Izuku was glad that he made no more mention of the moments prior. Makoto looked at him a bit worriedly. Your friends, they're still in there? Nothing happened? They're strong, don't worry. They'll be fine. Suddenly, a scream resonated from behind them, the two slayers gripping each other. Was that Zenitsu? Izuku shook his head. I should get going. Good luck. With that, Izuku sprinted back into the forest, keeping an eye out for anyone in need. Or anything golden. That shouldn't be too difficult to spot, right? Not that he doubted his friend's abilities, of course. That was way too close. I'm definitely going to die here. Scary, scary, scary. With one bite you'll be my slave. The demon-headed spider cackled in glee. Why would you tell me that? Zenitsu was currently running for his life along the path, as the gigantic spider and numerous smaller but no less creepy spiders scuttled after him. He yelped loudly as one crawled too close and nearly bit him in the leg, before he swerved to the side. Just stand still already, the outcome won't change anyways. You'll experience extreme pain, start shrinking as your body collapses on itself. Wake up, scuttling on the ground in just 30 minutes. Why would that make me want to stop running, you freak? I should have just let the drum demon eat me, the golden-haired boy wailed, loudly, hiding himself behind a tree. I see then. I can always up the dosage to accelerate the process. Zenitsu was reaching his limit, and he knew with an all-too-familiar sureness that he was going to die. Except this was somehow worse. He would have curled up into a ball and cried if there weren't human-headed spiders chasing after him. There were far too many of them, and he was useless in a fight. It didn't help that the demon was triggering his imagination with its description. The pain and agony as his consciousness was stripped away from him. His hair falling out in chunks as his skin shriveled, never being able to see Nezuko ever again. How pathetic! Are you prepared to die yet? The spider approached him with a wide grin, the spider slaves scuttling in front of it. And no, please. Someone save me. The spider only laughed more as several of the spindly creatures moved forwards. No one's going to save you, Slayer-chan. Who do you even think that you're calling for? Your mom? The spider smirked cruelly. His glee was abruptly interrupted as a powerful voice resonated throughout the forest. Detroit. Smarayas. A fist crashed into the spider's face, as a shockwave was blasted into the area, blowing up dust. Zenitsu coughed as he obscured his face from the dust cloud, wide-eyed. Izuku, the confusing demon who had not yet tried to bite his face off, was crouched down in front of the spider demon's twitching form. His savior. Maybe he could see why the other two liked him so much. Definitely an upgrade on the things currently wiggling on the ground around him. Steam visibly rose from Izuku's body. Don't you dare touch my friend. Grotesque noises of shifting flesh and bone accompanied the sight of the spider's warped head and appendages being rearranged. The spider stood up on its numerous hairy legs, before its head snapped to Izuku, pure fury in its expression where there had once been mirth. Although he looked a little green, or maybe that was just his hair and clothing, Izuku stood tall nonetheless, attention on the creature in front of him. What do you think you're doing? The spider hissed. You and the human are both going to die. The hairy monstrosity charged towards them, spewing a net of purple goop into their direction. Probably inadvisable to touch that. Zenitsu got ready to duck when something pulled at his shoulder, sending him tumbling out of the way. Izuku punted a small spider away that had tried to take a hold of his ankle, barely glancing at the thing before returning his attention to the bigger threat looming above them. Just focus on not getting bitten. Those things probably carry venom of some kind inside them. Zenitsu nodded, shakily. As if he needed a reminder of that. I'll take care of this villain. The green-haired boy placed his hands on the ground below them, steel in his eyes. Focal. 20%. Faster than Zenitsu could follow, the figure in front of him shot up towards the shocked demon, easily dodging the reactionary spit that it produced, before grabbing onto one of its legs and tugging it down with full force. The creature crumbled to the ground, shrieking. Zenitsu shuddered. That was 20%? He watched the demons wrestle on the forest floor, eyes wide, or rather, Izuku wrestling the freakish spider thing into the dirt while it desperately tried to escape, almost missing a bite heading towards his leg. He dodged to the side, carefully scanning his surroundings before daring to look up at the others once more. There, are you happy? You've defeated me. What's your plan now? Big brother doesn't like intruders much, you know, the spider demon chuckled. Izuku gritted his teeth, pressing the creature further into the dirt. He seemed to look around briefly, as if searching for something, before his eyes settled on. Zenitsu looked over his shoulder. Was there something behind him? The Slayer felt a sense of dread creep into him once more as he found nothing. No. Zenitsu, I can't finish these things off, right? Only a Slayer dash. Zenitsu froze at being addressed. He looked over at the sword at his side, sweating profusely. He had been a coward since the day he was born. Even now, when his companion was holding off a struggling demon. Zenitsu, please. He was useless. So much so that he couldn't even finish off a demon, even though he was trained for this, even though Gramps had wasted all his time. Gramps. A memory of the day he had climbed onto a tree and hid away from training came into mind. The man had yelled at him to get a hold of himself, trying to bring him back to training. That was when he had been hit by lightning, escaping near death. His mentor had been so worried as he rushed over. Gramps had always helped him, even when he ran away from training, even when he caused more trouble than he was worth. Zenitsu hated the coward in him more than anyone else, but that didn't mean that he didn't want to change. Zenitsu unsheathed his sword, took a deep breath, and plunged forwards. Tanjiro looked at the corpses in front of him grimly as he lowered them into the hole they dug, Inosuke waiting at his side, a bit impatiently. Makoto's friends, perhaps. They deserved a proper burial. The Slayer clapped his hands together for a short prayer, before following the boar head. As much as he'd like to spend more time for this, his companion was right. They still had demons to find, before any more corpses were produced. Speaking of demons, Inosuke? Could I ask you something? About Izuku. The boy spoke cautiously. A sensitive topic, perhaps, based on his reaction in the drum demon's mansion. Inosuke grunted in response. Why do you want Tanjiro? Well, anything really. Who is he? Where do you know him from? Anything that could help get him a lead on how a demon could behave so, normally, really. Isaki? No clue, I only met him a few days ago too. Was laying in the forest somewhere half dead, looked interesting enough so I brought M with me and challenged him to a fight, the boar head shrugged. There seemed to be a hint of admiration in his voice, as he continued, totally worth it though. Isaki's really strong, you know? Half dead in a forest. And, he didn't say anything else by any chance? You didn't ask him how he got there? Why would I do that? Because he's a powerful, possibly friendly demon that somehow almost died? In the middle of nowhere? Inosuke stared at him blankly. Well, this wasn't going to bring him anywhere. Did he say anything else? Yeah, a bunch of stuff about these strong people at Yasaki. Yasaki? It's a school where heroes beat each other up. Inosuke raised a fist enthusiastically. And do some other boring stuff that no one likes. I didn't really understand that part. Inosuke looked considerate. And what are these heroes? Tanjiro tried, a bit desperately. No clue, but I'm gonna be one. The boar head proudly pointed at himself, huffing loudly. They continued down the path, in silence, searching for any other survivors, Tanjiro's head stewing with theories. A school? For demons? But how did he end up there? Somehow, he had the vague feeling that he understood less than before. And Inosuke, at this school, are there other demons as well? Dunno. Inosuke shrugged. Honestly, I'm not even sure if Izuki knows that he's one. That was part of what was so strange to Tanjiro. There was no way Izuku could not know that he's a demon. Why would he lie about it, insist that he's not? Could he possibly be hiding something that he didn't want them to know? Tanjiro shook away the thought. Izuku had been kind to them so far. He'd be a hypocrite for doubting him just because he held some secrets? Tanjiro glanced back at the box on his shoulders. Still couldn't help but wonder though. Ever since he'd vowed to take revenge for his family and joined the Corps, he'd been told the same thing over and over again. Demons were threats, with an uncontrollable desire for blood. Monsters that were capable of nothing but evil. And yet, Nezuko fought against her instincts, living and keeping her sanity off of sleep and just pure willpower. Tamayo, the kind doctor who was unfortunately turned into a demon, survived off of blood from willing donors. And Izuku didn't seem to be interested in the slightest about human blood, or anything that a demon was supposed to care about, really. And a whole school full of demons just like him? There was much about this world he still had to learn. Still, it gave him hope. Perhaps he should ask the boy about this Yasaki place, next time they'd meet. Rue looked at his brother's rapidly disappearing corpse, fist clenched. Why were they all so weak? How was he supposed to make himself a happy family if they all kept dying? First mother, now this. His sister wasn't any better either, as much as he hoped to think otherwise. She was supposed to protect him, and yet he found himself now wondering how many more hours she'd stay alive. He'd have to work it into her, one way or another. What he needed was someone stronger. Someone like the image of the green-haired demon charging at him from below flashed through his mind. Of course. Surely, the demon would be strong enough to fulfill the responsibilities of an older brother. If only he'd stop following those foolish demon slayers. But Rue was a forgiving person. He had to be after putting up with his family's many failures. No time to waste. The demon quickly picked up the trail of the two that had killed his brother just moments before running in pursuit, far above. It took him little time to locate the two running through one of the many pathways in the forest, the golden-haired slayer dragging behind. Perhaps he could pick this one off before it interrupted their meeting. He recovered from his thoughts as the green-haired demon Nezuko, if he wasn't mistaken, stopped, abruptly. Rue barely had the time to hide himself behind a tree before the boy's eyes turned towards him. The lower moon smiled. Good instincts as well. He waited for just a few more moments for the green-haired boy to turn back around, before silently letting himself fall down below, a razor-sharp thread shooting from his fingertips towards the yellow boy's neck. Just before the noose was tied, his future brother pushed the slayer out of the way, sending him flying. So protective? He just had to have him. Izuku. What the hell was Rue's grin grew even wider, as blood drained from the human's face when it spotted him. That? Ju looked at his companion in mild annoyance, more so than usual, crouched down at the side of the path. Kocho, what are you doing? Oyakata-sama explicitly demanded us to hurry. So impatient, Tomioka-sen. Kocho Shinobu retorted, her voice annoyingly saccharine as ever. Give me just a few seconds? I found something quite interesting. Ju shifted forwards reluctantly, wondering what the insect Hashira was up to now. The entire journey had been bad enough so far, Kocho having apparently made it her objective to be as insufferable as possible. Still, the woman did her job well, that much he had to respect. What is it now? You see, this right here belongs to a demon. He must have passed recently, I can still feel his presence. Shinobu held up an inconspicuous piece of white fabric. Ju deadpanned. Yes, a demon. As we tend to encounter in our profession, as we most definitely will at our destination ahead of us. There is something more to this, I hope? He reflected for a moment. One of the moons, perhaps? Not that I know of. Although he was stronger than most I encountered, the water Hashira raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. You've encountered it before? And it's still alive? That's what's so intriguing. Shinobu's grin grew dangerously. He's not supposed to be. I landed a clean hit, more than enough for the poison to take effect. And yet the insect Hashira clenched her sword. 3 days later, here he is. Ju didn't ask for any further explanation, but some part of him was curious as they continued on their way. Worryingly, his companion had suddenly grown silent. Usually something that would be worth celebrating, surely, but the smile on her face spoke of nothing good. Finally, words were whispered into the wind, barely audible. I'm coming for you. Green-kun. Just you wait. Zenitsu scrambled away, narrowly avoiding the stray strings that were shooting out of the demon's fingertips behind him. Zenitsu screamed, rushing behind Izuku and hiding behind his, surprisingly sturdy for how short he was, frame. Faster than he could think, his green-haired friend weaved between the threads, propelling himself towards the spider demon. The monster recoiled, pulling his arms together in an attempt to ensnare Izuku in his webs, ignoring Zenitsu entirely. The boy barely managed to roll under the trap in time, quickly getting back into a fighting stance, unscathed. Impressive. I haven't met many demons who could dodge my attacks so easily. The demon approached, slowly. Izuku, if I remember correctly, he called, a dangerous glimmer in his gaze. Become my brother. You're what? Izuku stumbled momentarily as his eyes widened in bafflement. I was angry at first, you know, the boy stated solemnly. Watching the Slayers take down my family, one by one. Watching you, a demon, help them destroy our home. Our peaceful way of life in this forest. I came to a realization. The demon gave off a chuckle, sending a tremor through Zenitsu's spine. My family was too weak. No, it was really just a matter of time. If I want a family that can last, I need someone stronger. You are strong. He held out a ghostly hand, approaching his friend, a thin, maniacal smile on his face. Join me. Become my brother. You want me as a replacement? Izuku looked at his opponent, bewildered. That's not how family works. This isn't how any of this works. And besides, anger seemed to build in his voice as he continued. You've killed them? All the children that died in this forest, all of Mikoto's friends. You ordered that, didn't you? The boy clenched his fist tightly. And you'd think I'd want to be your brother? The spider demon sighed. How disappointing. With just a drop of my blood, you could become infinitely more powerful and you wouldn't take the offer? Zenitsu scrambled back further, as the two monsters in front of him continued their fight. Maybe, if he was quiet, they wouldn't notice his disappearance. Once Zenitsu glanced back towards the fight, Izuku was already charging forwards, a newfound purpose in his movements. Well, if you won't listen, I suppose I'll have to use force. The demon said, words sharp as knives. You are strong, but I am still stronger. Izuku was about to retort, before quickly turning in Zenitsu's direction. Zenitsu! Behind you! Behind him! Zenitsu barely rolled out of the way of a thick thread that shot out at him. The substance overextended and fell loosely onto the ground. A soft feminine voice came from the brush. I missed. Zenitsu scrambled backwards, in time to see a young demon emerge. The girl had the same unmistakable pale hair and skin, and red markings as the monster fighting Izuku. Pathetic, can't even finish off such a weak excuse of a slayer? The demon boy snarled at her. Maybe I should just end you myself? Forgive me, Rua. I'll finish it off immediately. The boy ignored her, turning instead to Izuku. I really don't understand why you would bother staying around with such a worthless... Zenitsu is not worthless, the green-haired boy retorted, shaking in fury. Zenitsu looked up at him, mouth agape. No one is. Gold eyes met bright green. I understand what it's like to feel powerless, to feel weak. The Slayer looked down. He said it. Zenitsu was weak, as everyone had told him. As he'd always known himself. Izuku wavered for a moment, before clenching his fists. But you are not weak. I've seen the way you defeated those demons. You're not worthless, Zenitsu. Believe a bit in yourself. Because I believe in you. The speech was almost too cheesy, and had it been at any other time, Zenitsu probably would have laughed at the ridiculousness before curling up into a ball and crying. But something about the way Izuku said it, as though he meant the words more than he could know, had Zenitsu widen his eyes and stand up straighter. The only other person who had told him to believe in himself had been Gramps. Rue snarled impatiently. Boring, so very boring. Potential won't keep you alive. The strong prey on the weak. These insects aren't worth my time. He looked up, expression empty. Sister, you really think you're worth keeping around? Then show me that you are stronger. The girl nodded, hesitating a bit before she launched her attack. She tugged at a string behind her. Zenitsu looked around, confused. What was that supposed to do? His question was quickly answered as several massive balls of spider silk came soaring from behind her towards Izuku. The Slayer placed his hand onto his sword, concentrating. Thunderclap and flash, threefold. As fast as lightning, Zenitsu shot up, slicing through the thick, web-like paper. He stared at the shocked girl in front of him, his tone serious. You are fighting me now. Zenitsu glanced back briefly, just long enough to see a smile form on Izuku's face. Pride, perhaps? United States of Smash. Zenitsu winced slightly at the sound of Izuku's fists repeatedly hitting its target, leaving a few fallen trees in his wake. Yep, definitely still terrifying. One last powerful kick brought a massive gale into the clearing, caving into the ground and lifting up dirt and branches in a flurry. Momentarily, there was absolute silence. An arm, then an entire body emerged from the debris. The spider demon brushed off dust, mostly unscathed save for a few scratches. You're starting to test my patience, Izuku-kun. If you want to play so badly, the demon lifted his head, eyes with a manic glint. Zenitsu barely managed to see his body flicker before he disappeared into the forest. The Slayer watched in horror as Izuku chased after him. Wait, was he really going to just leave Zenitsu alone? With a demon again? Him and his stupid mouth. Izuku, I didn't mean you could just abandon me. No one came to save him. The demon girl smiled, dangerously. Zenitsu whimpered. Tanjiro landed ungracefully on the ground, hissing in pain as he clutched his bruising side. He had been fortunate enough to have his fall cushioned by several layers of tree leaves. That didn't make being thrown by a demon any less pleasant. He righted himself, his heart stopping. Where was the box? Frantically, he glanced around. Before Tanjiro backed away and tripped over something, Tanjiro quickly got over his embarrassment before opening the box. All good in there, Nezuko-chan? When he saw his younger sister resting soundly, Tanjiro breathed a sigh of relief. The slight rise and fall of her chest accompanied soft snores. Very slowly, Nezuko started shifting, opening her eyes. She yawned, growing back into her regular size as she rose from the box. The girl looked around tiredly before locking her gaze onto some invisible point in the distance. Tanjiro looked over at her, looking somewhat confused. Did you sense something? He sniffed the air. A fight. Between demons, he mumbled to himself. With Izuku. The Slayer's eyes widened. His sister looked over at him briefly, darting off towards the source as soon as he gave a nod. Tanjiro quickly grabbed the box before running after her. An uneasy feeling filled the boy as they came closer to the scene. Indescribable malice filled the air, more potent than anything he'd felt in a demon before. Was this the demon moon that lurked in this forest? He shuddered, scanning the forest for anything. Moving ahead of him, Nezuko. No response. He ran as quickly as his body allowed it, heart beating loudly against his chest. Suddenly, a muffled scream of pure agony came from above, ringing in his ears. No. The boy trembled, barely managing to look up. Hanging limply between the trees like a puppet was his little sister. Sharp strings created numerous deep cuts along her body, as blood leaked from them in rivulets. Her eyes were open but unaware and clouded over. Tanjiro felt like he couldn't breathe. Worthless pests, when will you learn not to interfere with my family? The voice had no warmth, no life in it. Coldly and cruelly detached. Even though Nezuko was hanging there, barely alive. Was she even breathing? It almost felt like he was breathing too much. Anger simmered over as his lungs rattled in his chest. Tanjiro unsheathed his sword and was gone the next moment. He was just about ready to eviscerate the monster, aiming for the neck. His blade made contact and the demon boy looked at him with bored eyes as his Nichiren blade glided off uselessly. Is that all you have? Tanjiro had to dodge a torrent of strings as he was almost swept off his feet. He stumbled at the assault, ignoring the burning sensation of the thousands of cuts that covered his body. Nothing mattered at the moment. Nothing except Nezuko and her blank eyes. Tanjiro reared back for another attack, his grip slipping. Rui took a step forward, slowly. His head jerked up all of a sudden and he quickly jumped back as a blur of green came plunging down, leaving a crater where the spider demon stood moments earlier. Izuku's voice was urgent yet also calming somehow. Tanjiro, focus. You need to get your sister out of there. I'll take care of this villain. Tanjiro gritted his teeth. I need to make him pay. For what he did to Nezuko, he choked down a sob before it could begin. Izuku's black tendrils shot out of his back, intercepting a group of strings sent their way. The boy glanced over his shoulder, for just a second. Tanjiro, you need to save Nezuko. That's what matters right now. Izuku yelled. Snap out of it. As his friend's words finally started to come through to him, Tanjiro's breaths evened out. The rage that had clouded his judgment was slowly abating. What had he been thinking, running after the demon when Nezuko? He turned back to his sister, her mangled, tied-up body tainted in red. The sharp strings that held her glimmered in the moonlight. Tanjiro forced his horror back to the far corners of his mind. Focus. With a few swift jumps, bouncing from tree trunk to tree trunk, the boy propulsed himself into the sky. Fourth form, striking tide. His sword danced through the air, snapping all the threads with a single motion. The girl dropped to the forest floor with a thud. As soon as Tanjiro was back on the ground, he rushed to his sister's side. Nezuko was still unconscious and had lost quite a bit of blood, but she was still breathing. He gently lifted her back into his box, sealing it shut. He strapped the item to his shoulders and clutched his sword, turning his eyes back to the two demons fighting. Izuku didn't have a Nichiren blade. He'd still need help ending this demon, no matter how strong he was. Hang on, Nezuko-chan. Fight me. If I can defeat you, I'll be the strongest of them all. Ju looked tiredly at the boar-headed boy he just saved. He didn't have the time for this. He replied, voice monotone as ever, go back to training. Idiot. Ju sighed audibly at the boy's continued yelling. He quickly tied the brat up, suspending him on a tree before turning away. Couldn't have the continued distraction. Contrary to what the child seemed to believe, the demon moon lurking in this forest was very much still alive. Just as importantly, he had to find Shinobu. The insect Hashira had left him in the dust, as soon as she had found as much as a hint of a trail of the odd demon she'd encountered. Anything that woman held that much fascination for couldn't be good news. The water Hashira let his senses roam, before darting off. Zenitsu was not okay. He had not agreed to be left alone with a demon, but it's not as though anyone ever listened to his pleas. The demon girl reached out a hand, silk flying out towards him. Zenitsu dodged the attack with a slightly desperate yelp. Please. Don't kill me. I taste horrible. Zenitsu cried, clenching his hands together in a plea. I'm so pathetic that you'd get even weaker just from eating me. The demon froze for a second, eyes widening and blinking rapidly. Had he somehow angered it? How did he always manage to mess everything up? Seemingly having recovered from her brief shock, the demon raised her hands again. Another thread flew through the air, curving around Zenitsu as he fearfully danced outside of its grip. Once he managed to back away, he didn't waste a single moment before darting into the woods, running as fast as his legs could carry him. Zenitsu distantly registered the sound of footsteps following behind. Damn these oversensitive ears. He quickly recovered after nearly tripping on a root in his panic. Thick strands of silk pursued him from behind, threatening to wrap around him at any moment. Zenitsu remembered the cocoons he had seen earlier. Cocoons, filled with the unfortunate souls who had been trapped by the demon. He didn't want to die like that. Not yet. But how could he defeat the demon on his own? It was stupid to think that he could survive alone. Sooner or later he'd wear out and he'd be trapped and slowly turned into spider soup. The boy quickly dismissed the images that formed in the back of his treacherous mind. Tears clouded Zenitsu's vision as he tumbled into a bush to avoid an attack from above. Sharp branches and rocks dug into his hands, which welled up with blood. Maybe he should just face his death and stop struggling altogether? In his moment of distraction, the spider demon had caught up with him. She poised her arms for another attack as she approached. Zenitsu whimpered, his quiet pleas remaining unheard. A wobbly grin appeared on the girl's face. Don't even try to struggle. You'll be dead soon enough. And I'll prove to Rue how strong I am. He was so weak and useless, just like that demon earlier had said. He was going to die like the coward he was, even though the others and Izuku had spent so long trying to save him. You're not worthless, Zenitsu. Believe a bit in yourself. Because I believe in you. The silk unfurled from her fingertips in slow motion, swirling around him like a python wrapping its prey. Zenitsu lifted himself in one last effort, skirting through the gaps of the silk cage, reaching outwards, and running with everything he had. Straight into a tree. The daughter stared disbelievingly at the pathetic slayer escaping from her grasp only to knock himself out just as quickly. This was the boy she'd been so worried about earlier? A careful smile crept up her lips as she went to wrap her meal. Maybe her brother could forgive her now. Maybe she could become strong once more. She'd prove that she was worth something to that arrogant bastard. He'd stop hurting her when he realized just how capable she could be. Caught up in her thoughts, the demon failed to notice the minute twitch of the boy's fingers, the way his brows furrowed. She barely had time to register her own shock when a blade sliced through the air, and the world spun. The last thing she registered was a golden figure towering over her, haloed by blue lightning. Izuku threw himself at the spider demon, Rei, with a punch. As his fist sailed past his target and into a tree, the hero ducked as now blood-red string passed over his head, cutting through the wood behind him effortlessly. Izuku briefly glanced behind himself to confirm that Tanjiro had dodged the attack as well. His opponent capitalized on the momentary distraction to send an attack slashing down on him. A slight grin appeared on the demon's face as a small slash mark formed on Izuku's face. What's wrong, brother? Your regeneration doesn't seem very fast, for a demon of your caliber. Rue raised his hand slowly, readying himself for another strike. Take my blood. You will be invincible. Izuku balled his fist. This was not good. While he could likely continue at this pace for some time, Tanjiro was clearly running out of steam. And the demon didn't seem to have tired the slightest bit. Even Nomu had their limits. What was this monster? He had to think of something quickly. Rue was sending attacks his way with deadly efficiency and accuracy, limiting his room for counterattacks. Even at the speed Izuku was moving, Rue was able to keep up with him with ease, springing his strings strategically and erratically. Worse still, when Izuku did manage to land a hit, the demon barely seemed phased as he was brushing off the sting of a pebble and not a superpowered punch. He'd have to capture him somehow if he wanted his efforts to last. At least, the trajectory of the strings seemed somewhat predictable. Izuku's attention snapped back to the threat in front of him as Rue tugged. From all sides, the strings that had passed him harmlessly in previous attacks came hurling towards him, forming a net of impending doom. Izuku pushed himself forward with all his might, narrowly escaping the attack before it closed in on him. That was too close for his comfort. His relief proved to be temporary, as he heard a yelp from behind him. Tanjiro hissed as he stumbled to the side, cradling his arm. Blood leaked sluggishly from an exposed cut, dyeing his haori a deep red. It was too much to bear. Tanjiro! Izuku hesitantly flicked his eyes between Rue and his injured companion. Tanjiro seemed to realize his concern, as he went back into a fighting stance, face clearly strained. Don't worry about me. Focus on the demon. Just as he finished the sentence, the boy collapsed onto his knee, teeth gritted. Izuku was confused, before he noticed the blood soaking his pants as well. Rei smiled, teeth showing. Took long enough, nuisance? Another torrent of strings shot towards them that Izuku was forced to evade. Tanjiro was too far from him, and although Tanjiro had gotten up already, he wouldn't be fast enough to dodge. He couldn't do anything to save him, but Izuku shot Black Whip at the last moment, knocking Tanjiro to the side. It wasn't enough to prevent the strings from cutting into flesh, to prevent a visceral scream that tore from Tanjiro's throat like a wounded animal. A familiar feeling wormed itself through Izuku's mind, the same as when he'd barely survived countless villain attacks. When his classmates, his mentors, collapsed onto the ground. When he wondered if they were alive at this point. All might wrenching back for one last punch for his sworn enemy with everything he had, bleeding and bruised in his emaciated form, at his limit. Izuku saw red. He wouldn't let that happen, not again. Lightning coated his body, fizzing violently. Rue's eyes widened slightly as the hero charged in for an attack. He made a high kick, aiming for the demon's head. The monster bent itself to the side, letting Izuku fly over him. In the last second, the boy twisted his body, facing his opponent below, hand outstretched. Delaware smash. With a flick of his finger, Izuku sent the demon crashing into the ground. Rue's neck quickly snapped back from its somewhat unnatural position as he rose from the dust. Is that all? Rue jumped to the right as Black Whip's tendrils shot in his direction. Before the demon had time to say anything else, Izuku came flying towards him again, fist balled. Detroit smash. The demon dodged to the left, letting Izuku overshoot, narrowly dodging the black arm that followed, hidden in the hero's shadow. Just as Rue opened his mouth once more, Izuku bounced back towards him again with a leg extended. St. Louis smash. The demon tumbled slightly as Izuku's soul grazed his shoulder. Rue stared at the boy in front of him, fury building on the monster's pale face. He raised his hand threateningly. Rue seemed to have dropped the act he had tried to put on, but Izuku didn't care any longer. A shriek escaped Rue's mouth as he noticed the black ropes hooking onto his foot. As he struggled, more tendrils rose from the ground from all sides, firmly wrapping the demon into a tight, squirming package. Izuku kept his grip firm, using all the power his quirk could offer to keep his opponent from escaping. Not quite. Tanjiro nodded. He clenched his teeth, no doubt hiding excruciating pain as he prepared his strike. First form, water surface slash. The black steel of his Nichiren blade dug into the demon's neck. And stopped. And shattered. Steel fragments clattered onto the ground in slow motion. Everything seemed frozen in time, momentarily. Time was jerked back into existence as a mocking chuckle reverberated throughout the clearing. That was a nice attempt. So, what's your plan now, brother dear? You can't keep me here forever. Rue pushed against the tendrils that encapsulated him, as if to prove a point. A knowing smirk was on his face as he stared into Izuku's eyes. The hero gritted his teeth as the demon's neck repaired itself at a moment's notice, as if there hadn't been anything at all, as if he hadn't been an inch away from being decapitated seconds earlier. Do you see now? This is the power of a demon moon. You've been rather annoying though, brother. The word was spat out. All venom. Perhaps. I'll have to teach you a lesson dash. Abruptly, the demon went silent. A long, thin blade emerged in between Izuku's tendrils, piercing through Rue's shoulder. The demon's eyes pulsed for one last time before going blank. Izuku froze, as a familiar voice emerged from behind the cadaver, gentle as a summer breeze. I see that I'm interrupting something here. My apologies. Good evening, Green-kun. Tanjiro looked warily at the demon slayer in front of him. Where had she come from? How had she killed the spider demon so easily? Without decapitation. While she displayed a friendly face, his nose told him a different story. Her voice was cheerful. Why is it that I always find you fighting something, Green-kun? She chided. Green-kun? How did she know Izuku? Not by anything pleasant from the boy's reaction. He jolted up slightly as she gazed in his direction. The woman appeared to be in a state of complete tranquility. Another slayer? I suppose I should introduce myself. Kochu Shinobu, Insect Hashira. And who would you be? Keikimido Tanjiro. He stuttered slightly, giving Shinobu a quick bow. Hashira? The woman nodded. Her gaze fixed itself on the box strapped to his back. Careful there, young boy. It's dangerous to carry a demon around like that, still alive. Tanjiro's heart sank to the floor as the Hashira raised her blade. He spread his arms out protectively. That's my sister. She hasn't hurt anyone. Oh, I see. Sympathy showed in Shinobu's eyes. Genuine as far as he could tell. I'll make it. Quick then so she doesn't have to feel any pain. Faster than he could react, the Hashira shot behind him. He tumbled to the ground as Izuku pushed him out of the way just in time, Shinobu's blade piercing air where Nezuko's box had been. Tanjiro! Run! There was desperation in his friend's voice. For your sister. Please. Impatient to fight again, are we, Green-kun? The insect Hashira chuckled, a dangerous smile on her lips. You'll get your turn as soon as I've ended this poor girl's suffering. But Izuku, I could dash. Tanjiro opened his mouth, to retort, to say anything. But his mouth was dry, and no sound came out no matter how hard he tried. Something sour welled up in his throat. He was being asked to choose between his sister and someone who had saved his life on multiple occasions. As much as he wished he could brute force his way through this, another enemy to defeat, another victorious fight. This was a Hashira. Even Tanjiro could admit that this was a losing battle. Both decisions were a loss to him. 2 doors in front of him. It didn't matter which door he chose, he'd be failing something, someone. Except in this case they wouldn't be alive to express their disappointment. Tanjiro's attention returned just in time to notice the next sword strike coming his way. He jumped to the side and a sharp cry from his sister resonated from the box. Nezuko! As the Hashira lazily dodged Izuku's tendrils in front of him, Tanjiro quickly glanced at the box, dread filling the boy. Did Nezuko get hit? No, only a small slash mark on the wood. Making his decision, Tanjiro looked over to his demon friend one last time. Thank you, Izuku. For everything. Please survive, he said, words carried by the wind. Tanjiro ran off into the forest, fingers clenching the straps of the box on his back. Pain bursted from his reopened wounds, yet it couldn't compare to the wave of guilt filling his mind. Had he just left his friend to die? From deep within the depths of a centuries-old quirk, 7 glowing figures stared down from their thrones. Their attention was grimly and wholly focused on the fight below them. Her again, Yoichi muttered under his breath. The woman was fast, her attacks precise. Izuku dodged the flurry of strikes from her poison blade, but only barely. Going from the result of their last encounter, a single hit could spell disaster. And none of you can contact him yet? A deep voice questioned. Yes. 5th, how many times have we discussed this now? 2nd answered a bit impatiently. 3rd nodded at his side. The boy has gone through a lot. Have some confidence. I'm just worried about him. Ever since we reached wherever this is. 7th turned her eyes away from the fight, where they had been glued for the past few minutes. Her eyebrows were screwed in concern. And with one for all acting up like this? Yoichi turned back to the fight, chin propped on his hand. He scanned every movement carefully. Ever since they had entered this unfamiliar world, they hadn't been able to communicate with Ninth even once. One for all had become a rigid boulder. Never budging, no matter how much effort they exerted. They had tried reaching the boy through his dreams, yet had never managed more than a little tug. Not enough to help. It isn't all that unusual, Nana. He's only recently been able to reach us in any capacity. With the shock of all that's happened, perhaps he just needs some time. To recover. 6th reasoned. Yoichi shook his head. No, there's more to this. Something was wrong with One for All. And the more this went on, the greater the concern that was gnawing at him. Something suffocating had intruded on the comforting atmosphere of One for All. And it almost felt like the 5th's voice interrupted his thoughts. 4th, are you all right there? Yoichi looked over to the man in question. 4th was bent over with his hands over his temples, expression tense. As the man let go of his scarred face, his eyes shot wide open. Izuku bit his lip, doing his best to ignore the sharp pain that had built in his head as he dodged Shinobu's swings. He had to focus. A single slip-up and whatever the Hashira had coated her sword with could render him helpless. Had she already succeeded? Was he experiencing the effects of the poison taking a hold of him? The throbbing sensation was suddenly replaced by a violent tug. He rolled to the side, behind a boulder, narrowly avoiding the sharp edge of a katana from behind. Another tug urged him to duck. In a fluid motion, the sword sliced through the solid rock above him. It was a strange sort of clarity that Izuku had never experienced before. He had no time to dwell on it as he quickly jumped away from the new threat. Good reflexes. The black-haired man tilted his head, no emotions showing on his face. I see you found your demon, Shinobu. The woman's smile was a bit strained. There's another one that just escaped me, Tomioka-san. Why don't you pursue it? That would be more productive, don't you think? Wasn't this one resistant to your poison? Tomioka looked at her unconvinced. And you already have the trail of the other demon. It would be more logical for us to proceed the other way round, I believe. Izuku looked between the two slayers frantically. No, he couldn't let them get to his friends. But could he really stop both? Shinobu launched a few frustrated swipes towards him, a frown building on her face as he danced between them. The woman stopped, tucking her sword away as she turned around. Very well. You never let me have any fun, Ju. She pouted. Always so serious. That's why no one likes you, you know? With one last acrid smile, Shinobu took off in a sprint. Izuku sent Black Whip in her direction, but the tendril was forced to stop short as the sensation tugged at him again. A strike heading from the right. Izuku shifted to the left. You are staying here, Tomioka stated coolly. The man held his sword out, blocking Izuku's path. A blow from above, aimed for the neck. In a flash, Tomioka was above him. But Izuku had been one step ahead. As the blade hit empty space, Tomioka landed, knees bent. You are fast, demon. How many humans did you have to eat for that power? The man said, derisively. No matter. Your journey will end here. A barrage of slices to incapacitate his legs. Izuku simply jumped to the side to avoid the attack. A spin of the sword from behind. Izuku skirted forwards, feeling the shift in air from behind him. I'm not a demon. I swear. Please, I have to dash. Ju ignored his words, readying himself for another attack. Fourth form, striking tide. A strike from above. From below, from the right, from the left. Danger screamed from every direction, leaving Izuku completely disoriented. He stumbled away from attacks that he couldn't see, already feeling the pain of various cuts on his skin. Careful, careful. A stab from behind. Izuku desperately grabbed at the rapidly moving sword, black whips lashing out around him, before they were sliced into pieces. When his hand finally latched onto the sharp edge, he grabbed onto it tightly. He winced as the sharp metal dug through his skin, drawing blood, increasing one for all to give him more strength. He kept the weapon in place, as Ju finally came to a halt, struggling to rip the sword from his ironclad grip. Held at a standstill, Izuku decided to fight dirty. Izuku let his quirk pulse up into his skull, before headbutting Ju with all the force he could. Muster. The man choked out some blood as he was sent flying. Izuku quickly sent Black Whip in front of him, pulling himself forwards through the trees. He had to hurry, if the Shinobu reached his friends before he did. The hero gave off a slight yelp as the man's, now red-tainted, sword struck above him once more. He felt his tendrils collapse, letting him tumble to the ground. You think I'll just let you leave that easily? Tomioka said, landing on the forest floor gracefully in front of Izuku. Stop running and fight. How had he recovered from his attacks so fast? The man was strong. Even if Izuku managed to get the upper hand eventually, I don't have time. If she catches up to Tanjiro, Izuku pleaded, a bit desperately. Tanjiro, Tomioka seemed to falter in his step, for just a moment. The strike that flew towards Izuku was almost half-hearted. He kept his gaze fixed on the hero as his sword missed its mark. Where did you hear that name? If the man recognized him, it was worth a chance. He's my friend, he said earnestly. Even if he'd only known the boy for just a few days. And I can't let Shinobu kill his sister. She's innocent. A hero protects others. No. You're lying, Ju stated, hesitantly. His sword remained fixed, pointing towards Izuku. It's true. Please. Let me through. Tears welled in Izuku's eyes. A hoarse voice, one of those talking crows perhaps, interrupted him, resonating through the forest. I have a message from headquarters. Tanjiro, in a checkered haori with a scar on his forehead. Nezuko, a demon girl with a bamboo muzzle. Ju's head jerked in the direction of the sound. Bring them back. Bring them back. As the message repeated, Izuku looked up to the man cautiously. What will happen to them? If you bring Tanjiro and Nezuko back, will they come out alive? Ju sucked in his breath. His gaze wavered as if searching for an answer in the trees. After a moment he replied, voice truthful. I don't know. Ju put his sword back into its sheath, an unreadable expression on his face. Demon. Or whatever you are. The man eyed Izuku, moonlight framing his features. Listen carefully, for I will only say this once. Izuku bit his lips as he crawled through the rice fields. He warily gazed into the distance, ignoring the insects swarming around him as his pupils fixed themselves onto the small convoy ahead of him. Keep a distance but do not lose sight. Remain behind cover until the last rays of sunlight have disappeared under the horizon. Easier said than done. The Kikuchi were surprisingly quick for what he'd assumed to be essentially civilians. And these open fields gave him little room to run properly without revealing himself. And do something about that stench of yours. Hey, that was uncalled for. Izuku wiped some sweat from his face, a bit self-consciously. It couldn't be that bad, right? Unless Tanjiro's sensory quirk was a common thing in this place. He shielded his eyes from the orange light streaming at him from his side, searching for anything that could resemble his friend, to no avail. At least he wouldn't have to wait much longer. Izuku nodded. He pulled the sorry remains of his old garments from under his haori. He'd liked that t-shirt. Hopefully, the model would still be on sale when he'd be able to get back home. The boy jumped a bit as a grunt from behind alerted him of a presence, leaving out a sigh as he saw the snout of one of Inosuke's peers poke out from the golden stalks. A small smile crept up on his lips. Perhaps the little guy could still be useful. The hero clenched his fist, scanning the ground around him. Now to find something sharp. Still looking for demons, Tomioka-san? Kochu Shinobu asked her fellow Hashira, rhetorically. Mao, so serious. Well, I suppose it makes a bit more sense now that we're not in broad daylight anymore. The water Hashira stared blankly into the dark, shifting himself a few steps further away from his companion. A finger poked his cheek a few seconds later. It's not polite to ignore people, you know. Ju gave off an annoyed huff, tilting his head away. He is not a normal demon. You should know that. We cannot make any assumptions. Oh, I see. That's what this is about. Shinobu smiled sweetly. You're still upset that you couldn't catch Green Kuin. Is that right, Tomioka-san? After you so confidently pushed me to the side as well, the insect Hashira stated, contently. That must have been embarrassing. Ju gritted his teeth. It was the logical strategic decision, given your previous failure, Ju stated monotonously. And yet it is still alive. Shinobu breathed out heavily before curling her lips up once more. Perhaps if you would have let me take the fight instead. I did get a lot closer to killing it than you did, I believe. No. Ju stated firmly. Before Shinobu managed to get a retort through, he continued. The demon has gotten stronger. He read all my movements, perfectly. As if he could see into the future. The butterfly Hashira examined her companion for a bit, searching for any hint of a jest on his face. Slowly, her face turned serious in turn. I see, she whispered, somewhat resigned. No, I can't say I saw any signs of that during our first encounter. A new demon art, perhaps? A plausible explanation, yes. Ju stared into the darkness once more. His eyes widened abruptly. Demon? Shinobu's hand rested on her sword hilt, an unreadable expression in her eyes. What would it be doing here now? I wonder, attacking a demon slayer convoy of all things? She looked back at the resting Kikuchi behind her. The prisoners, perhaps? A demon risking their own life to free another? I know you might be a bit sentimental about your Green Kuin, but that's a bit much. The water Hashira scoffed. Let's get rid of this thing once and for all. Oyakata-sama can do the musings for us. Wouldn't it perhaps be unwise to leave the prisoners we've captured unsupervised? Ah, well, if your sister isn't capable to supervise a restrained demon yet, perhaps we should dash. Kaneo is plenty capable. Shinobu retorted sharply. She pulled her thin blade, walking into the darkness. It's getting further away. We're going, she murmured coldly. With that, the two slayers disappeared into the night. Izuku tensed up as a veiled man walked out of the encampment in his direction. No sound, no movement. The hero sucked in his breath. The guard seemed to scan the area. A shiver crawled down the boy's spine as the gaze moved past him. Seemingly content, the guard took a few steps further and lowered his pants. The hero gave off a sigh of relief. Come on, faster, Izuku mumbled impatiently as he stared, not like that, at the guard watering the poplar tree lining the road. When the man finally turned around, Izuku counted to 10 as he watched the figure disappear before quickly moving up to the spot the man had previously taken. He clenched his nose. Well, on the bright side, that should probably help with his olfactory disguise. Like any flight risks, Nezuko and Tanjiro will be closely guarded, close to the center. Izuku surveyed the line of tents in front of him skeptically from behind the trunk, ignoring the smell from below and the sharp pain erupting from his arm. His eyes rested upon what seemed to be a larger gathering in the middle. Stay clear of anyone carrying a blade. You may fool a civilian, but any hunter will recognize you for what you are. Not something Izuku needed to be told twice, based on his encounters so far. Amongst the crowd of Kakushi stood the outline of a young woman with black hair, her sword at her side. Izuku quickly shrunk back behind his tree, tensing up. Shinobu? No, too small. The resemblance couldn't be entirely coincidental. An apprentice, perhaps? Or perhaps they shared a clan. Izuku dismissed the thoughts quickly, waiting for the slayer to turn her gaze away before moving a bit further into the camp, finding refuge behind a pile of large cooking vessels, by their appearance. Now, where could his friends be hidden? Zenitsu was staring down at Inosuke's, far too pretty for a brute like him. How was that fair? Unconscious face. He grabbed his friend's shoulder and shook it. Inosuke, wake up. I don't want to be Alani. No reaction again. The boy started sobbing. So now Tanjiro and Nezuko-chan were imprisoned and charged with treason. Izuku went missing to Kami knows where, if he hadn't been killed yet, and the only friend he still had at his side was likely in a long-term coma. How was he supposed to survive like this? Zenitsu wiped his tears away with his golden sleeves. And the Hashira seemed to be half convinced that he was a traitor too. Not that Tanjiro or Nezuko-chan deserved to be called that either, but... Will you be quiet already? I'm trying to sleep here. Wait, where the hell is this? Zenitsu looked up at his companion, wonder in his eyes. You're awake. Help me. The veiled head of a Kakushi popped into Zenitsu and Inosuke's tent. Oh, you're awake. Anything either of you would require? Zenkiro, get off me. Zenitsu reluctantly removed his arms from his friend. No, we're good. He maintained a forced smile until the Kakushi nodded, expression somewhat skeptical, and left the two alone once again. Inosuke scanned the room impatiently. Where's my mask? I can't walk around like this. Zenitsu pointed towards a bag in the corner. I think your sword should be in there as well. He looked up to the boar head already firmly planted on top of his friend. The beady eyes stared back at him. Where's Tanjiro and Izuku? I want to fight someone. That bastard beat me way too quickly. I have to get stronger. Steam visibly shot out of the boar's nostrils. Zenitsu sighed, don't have a clue where Izuku is hiding, and Tanjiro and Nezuko-chan's cages are surrounded by guards. Weren't you listening? Cages? Where? Well, that answered his question. Inosuke grabbed his two chipped blades, readying himself. The great Inosuke is coming for you, Taniko. Just you wait. There's Hashira there. You're going to get killed, you idiot. Zenitsu shouted after the boy who had started running in what was, unfortunately, the right direction. How did he know that anyways? And they were definitely going to arrest him too if Inosuke got caught as well, by association. Zenitsu whimpered, hurrying to catch up to his companion, tearing through fabric. The blonde mumbled a hasty apology to the indignant Kakushi as he passed. We don't even know where they are. Well, he did, but that's not something Inosuke needed to know, right? Thankfully, the boar head came to a halt and grabbed a boy off the ground by his collar. Where the hell are you keeping Tantaro, you bastard? WBHO is that? Please let me go, I didn't do anything. The young black-haired slayer in his grasp flung his arms around helplessly before being dropped with a muted thud. Zenitsu winced sympathetically. The blonde's head turned as the tingling sound of a coin reached his ear from the side. A timid-looking girl emerged from behind the cloth, her hand slowly moving away from her sword. She tilted her head, curiously. Oh, do you need help with anything? Izuku muttered a quick apology to the guard he'd just knocked out before setting his eyes on his friends. Tanjiro had been stashed into a corner, hands tied behind his back, leaning against Nezuko's box. The hero quickly scanned the boy's body. No more injuries than he had when he last saw him. Izuku gave off a sigh of relief. He turned to the box, crushing the lock that held it shut with his hands before opening its lid. Nezuko flinched slightly as light hit her face. The demon woke up suddenly, eyes wide in fury or panic, but relaxing as she recognized the face in front of her. Shoo, don't worry, I am here. We'll get you both away from danger, but we have to be quiet, all right? He glanced to the side. Do you think you could go out? I'll need that thing for your brother, he might be out for a while longer. Nezuko nodded slowly before she stepped outside of the box, immediately making her way to Tanjiro's side. Izuku quickly disposed of the boy's restraints before heaving him into what was normally his, much smaller, sister's container. The hero frowned slightly. Definitely a tight fit, but it would have to do. Izuku closed the lid, pushing slightly to get the latch into place. He heaved the box onto his shoulders. A tug on his haori pulled his attention to the young girl at his side. Nezuko? What's the matter? Her hand pointed ahead, guiding his eyes to the entrance. Izuku tensed up. Miniature Shinobu stared into his eyes, blade poised to strike. A single word left her mouth, whispered. Wait, behind her, was that? Fourth form. Crimson Hanagoromo. Just as he braced himself for the sweeping strike hurling his way, a golden flash passed the girl from the right, the yellow blade barely guiding the other past his shoulder. Miniature Shinobu stumbled slightly, mouth agape. Izuku quickly grabbed the girl's wrist in her confusion, removing the sword, before knocking her out with a slightly tempered blow from his left fist. Sorry. I hope that doesn't hurt too much. He turned to his friends, urgently. Zenitsu, Inosuke the boar head grunted. What are you doing here? The core will dash. A bit too late for that, no? We're already traitors. She'll remember. Zenitsu muttered, trembling slightly as he motioned to the unconscious body. Inosuke nodded. Yeah, no way I'm gonna let you just leave without me. Wait, since when is Minitsu this cool? What's that supposed to mean? Zenitsu shouted back. He pointed towards Izuku accusingly. And you better not leave me alone again, you bastard. Do you know how terrifying that was? Izuku sighed. Alright, come with me. You're probably right. But we have to hurry. Leave as quickly as you arrive. A Hashira will not be fooled for long. The boar. We were following a boar. Shinobu stared at the offending animal with disdain. The pig shrieked nervously as the Hashira put her hand to the side. A predatory smile formed on her face. With one swift motion, the red piece of cloth tied around its neck fell to the floor. As the beast scampered away, Shinobu lifted the blood-stained fabric with the tip of her blade, dangling it over her colleague's head. So this is what was giving off the strong demonic aura you detected, she quipped wryly. Quite a lot of blood to sacrifice for a ruse, but I suppose it wouldn't make a difference for a demon. Very clever, Green-kun. The demon will be long gone by now. Catching a new trail through the stench of its blood won't be possible. Thank you for your input, Tomioka-san. You're welcome. Shinobu smiled sweetly, suppressing the increasing urge of inflicting physical violence upon her colleague. She placed the cloth back onto the ground. Garments of some kind, it seemed. Wasn't the demon wearing this when she'd first met him? And what was that odd writing imprinted upon it? Tishatha? Shinobu mouthed out, slowly. Any idea what that could mean? Some kind of demonic enchantment, perhaps? An ancient code? She sighed deeply as her companion shook his head. Perhaps Oyakata-sama will know further. Shinobu nodded. She'd be doing her own research as well. Something is still bothering me though, I must admit. And that would be? Ju eyed her curiously. If the demon had no intention of confronting us in the first place, why did it bother coming so close? It should have detected us. I refuse to believe that this was just an accident, or curiosity. Shinobu looked around. What did you want from us? Her eyes widened as she gazed upon the caravan they had left behind. The prisoners. Would a demon care enough to dash? Faint sounds reached her ears from a distance. Without looking back to see if her colleague was following her, Shinobu started running, as quickly as her years of training allowed her. Run, and do not stop running until you know with certainty that the watchful eyes of the crows can find you no more. Digesting the last of the words that Ju had left him with, Izuku glanced behind himself, nervously. No one in pursuit, so far, and if there would be, Zenitsu would likely know before him, regardless. His two friends were squabbling over something at his side. Nezuko was perched on Inosuke's shoulder, while her brother remained quiet as ever in his box on Izuku's back. The hero smiled. Even if he wouldn't be able to see his old friends for a while, these were worth protecting too. It would be his responsibility after all. As a hero, and as the one that had dragged them into this situation. Shizuku, where the hell are we going anyways? Inosuke grunted. Away. Far away from here. After that, Izuku pondered. If his suspicions about the place he'd landed would prove true, he wouldn't know anything useful about it. Do either of you know any place we could hide? Anyone you could trust, that wouldn't be afraid of the Hashira? I grew up in the forest, Shizuki. I only ever really talked to the boars. Zenitsu looked down, a bit unsurely. You might know someone. You could at least try to look a bit unhappy. No. Shinobu threw the remainder of the ropes, staring at the spot where the prisoners should have been. Matter-of-factly, you're taking the blame for this mess at the summit? Ju walked out of the tent, staring into the night. He'd have a lot to explain to Oyakata-sama when they arrived, but those would be worries for another day. Ju, Shinobu. Welcome back. A pink blur rammed into Ju, knocking the breath out of him. Ju wheezed in a breath and sighed at the sight of the overly excited love Hashira. How did she have so much energy this late in the day? It's nice to see you too, Mitsuri. Shinobu dipped her head with a slight smile, drawing the love Hashira's attention. She bounded over, turning her bone-crushing grip onto Shinobu. Somehow, it didn't seem to faze her much at all. What took you so long? We've been waiting for hours. What of the prisoners? Trails of a demon were found near here. We were misled. The demon took the opportunity to attack our convoy. Ju stated monotonously. TSSK? That's all you have to say for yourselves? A derisive voice came down from a tree above. The snake Hashira looked at the two with apathy. How the mighty Hashira have fallen. Led on a wild goose chase by some low-level scum. Wouldn't a wild boar chase be more fitting? Shinobu quipped, smiling brightly. Tomioka-san seemed all too eager to pursue the thing. Perhaps he should find a career hunting pigs in stash. A jovial laugh interrupted Ju's nemesis companion. Rengoku's large hand landed on his shoulder. That's a story I'd like to hear. But not for now, it should be about time. Like clockwork, steps emerged from the interior of the edifice. The Hashira quickly lined up, bowing down quietly as the three figures emerged from the shadows. The master has arrived. Good afternoon, everyone. The weather has been amazingly good today. Sanemi broke the silence, tone cautious. I fervently pray for your good fortune. Unfortunately, the trial cannot proceed as you requested. We apologize for Ju's failure to bring the prisoners you have asked for. Shinobu lowered her head, a sad expression plastered upon her face. Ju nodded. The demon that Shinobu-san had claimed to have taken out, he ignored the sour glance that Shinobu sent his way, as he continued, interfered and freed the prisoners. My deepest apologies. We will take any duties that we must fulfill as our punishment. The master chuckled. Do not fight, my children. This is one of only a few sanctuaries we have from the constant threat of Muzan. I forgive you. He smiled gently, turning to the other Hashira. The world, it seems, still has many surprises in store for us. Do not judge your colleagues too harshly for their failure. This green demon, it appears, is a threat that even I could not foresee. You did not know about it? Nothing at all? Abanai tilted his head, inquisitive. A look of weariness swept through the Hashira, Jiomi clapping his hands together, San-Emi gritting his teeth. The master nodded, slowly. Not before Shinobu reported his appearance. And yet, there is so much to learn. This was no ordinary demon, that much is clear. But do not fret, perhaps, this oddity could still be of benefit to us in the future. San-Emi's voice remained uncharacteristically low. I do not wish to question your judgment, Master. But please tell me, how could a new powerful demon possibly be beneficial? That's something that I do not have an answer for. The Master stated, pleasantly. For now, the priority is to locate the demon and capture it ideally. We may decide further from there. Whatever it may be, I have a feeling that it may yet still play a major role in the events to come. The Hashira answered in unison. Yes, Master. Very well then, as the trial of Kamado Tanjiro and his demonic sister cannot proceed, that should be all. As the water Hashira rose to leave, the Master's gentle voice called to him one more time. Oh, Jisan. He looked back, diligently. Shinobu stared at him suspiciously for just a moment, before making her way out along with the others. The Master continued. Perhaps you could enlighten me further on the details of your mission. Ju nodded. Of course. The Master smiled contently. Tomorrow morning. Get some rest now, we will have important things to discuss. As Tanjiro slowly opened his eyes, he was greeted by pure black. A faint muffled whisper. He tried to move, but his legs wouldn't budge. The boy felt sweat dripping down his temple. Where the hell was this? He took a deep breath. His nose had always been his most reliable sense. The earthy scent of wood entered his nose. A trace of Nezuko's delicate fragrance, mixed into the demonic aura that now enveloped her. Wait, a different demon, still familiar, Izuku? The scent was fresh and near. He tapped onto the walls of whatever was confining him, a hollow thud. A ghost! Zenitsu shouted outside. With a metallic click, light streamed in. Tanjiro squinted and a bright smile met him, the friendly gaze of the odd green demon he called a friend. Oh, you're awake, thank Kami. I was getting worried. Sorry about the whole being crammed into a box thing. I was in a bit of a hurry, Izuku chuckled. See, Zenitsu? Nothing to be afraid of. The place still gives me the creeps. I'm telling you, there's something seriously off with that house. Why the hell was that old man living here all alone anyway? The golden-haired slayer whined. Yeah, he looked like a creep if you ask me, Inosuke grunted. We should have just stayed in the forest like I said. Like hell that I'm sleeping in there again. I almost got eaten by a spider last time. Izuku sighed. We've been running for almost an entire day, we need to rest. It'll just be for the night, we'll leave at the break of dawn. It shouldn't be all that far anymore, right? Zenitsu nodded quietly, holding on to Izuku as he looked around the room nervously. Where Tanjiro started, before giving off a dry cough. He made his way out of the box, swallowed his spit, and continued. Where are we heading to? Nezuko walked in front of him, a shallow bowl of water in her hand. She smiled contently as he placed the bowl to his mouth and emptied it. Thank you, Nezuko. We're fugitives now. The Hashira will pursue us most likely. From what Jusan told me, Izuku stated coldly. Fugitives? Tanjiro stared blankly. After all the training he had undergone over the years, the trials he had faced to become a demon slayer and avenge his family, to save Nezuko. They'd been captured. Nezuko was a hair's width away from being killed by that slick poisoned blade. He looked up slowly, giving a firm nod. For now, all that mattered was that his sister was safe. And maybe, eventually, he'd be able to show them that she wouldn't harm anyone. Izuku continued. Zenitsu says he knows someone that could shelter us, from his past, his old master. That's our destination for now. He placed a hand on Tanjiro's shoulder. I know this is a lot to digest, but you should probably get some rest. Your injuries haven't healed completely. We can think about it further in the morning. The boy yawned, his other friends following shortly after. We probably could all use some rest, he chuckled, laying down on a small futon to him. Okay, Tanjiro yawned. Good night everyone. No answer. They must have been really exhausted. Weren't Inosuke and Zenitsu fighting over something just moments ago? A wave of tiredness hit him as well, and his eyes fluttered shut. Even as his thoughts faded away, Tanjiro couldn't shake off the slight unease that he felt. Hey, wake up Deku. Izuku blinked owlishly, lifting his head. Warm brown eyes met his gaze. You've been asleep during the entire class. Izuku sat up completely in a panic, looking around the room only to be met with an empty classroom. Well, except his friend in front of him. Izuku's face warmed in embarrassment. Thanks, Uraraka, he mumbled. How much did I miss? Is Aizawa-sensei mad at me? Don't worry, Deku. We all know how hard you've been working lately. School's over now though, Ida's waiting outside. Uraraka gave him a reassuring smile, and Izuku smiled in turn. They walked through the twisting corridors, talking about school-related matters. Yet as they neared the staff room, Izuku felt drawn to the room. Could you please wait a moment, Uraraka? I want to talk to Aizawa-sensei about something. Just as he turned towards the door, Uraraka gripped his wrist, stopping him in place. He looked at her somewhat surprised. If you're worried about sleeping in class, Aizawa-sensei already knows and he isn't mad. So don't think about that. We don't want to keep Ida waiting, right? Yeah, if he were honest, he didn't know why he wanted to see Aizawa so severely. It was as if the answer was just out of reach. I promise it'll just be a minute or so. Did you forget how we planned to go see that movie today? We'll be late if we don't hurry. Uraraka tugged on his wrist, more insistently. Izuku tugged his arm away, reaching for the door and opened it. He shrunk back at his action. Sorry, but it's an emergency. Go ahead and meet with I-. Come in, problem child. Aizawa was sitting on the plush green couch, sipping on a coffee. Uraraka followed him in, hand back onto his shoulder. Sir, that won't be necessary, we'll just be taking our leave. Aizawa's eyes remained fixed on Izuku, unwavering. A hero cannot fall asleep on duty like that. Wake up, he stated sternly. Sorry sir. I didn't sleep much the night before and Izuku promises he won't do it again. Uraraka stated hastily, stepping in front of him. As I said earlier, we really have to get somewhere, so if you'll dash. The teacher pushed her aside roughly, grabbed Izuku by the shoulder, and looked him dead in the eyes. No, you do not understand. Wake up. Izuku laughed nervously. Aizawa-sensei, what dash? The teacher's black pupils grew larger, swallowing his eyes whole. You're in danger, problem child. Izuku backed away. What was that voice? That wasn't Aizawa-sensei. Where had he heard that before? It sounded almost inhuman. He glanced over at Uraraka at his side, as though to confirm that he hadn't just imagined the whole thing. His friend turned paler and paler, as her eyes darted between the two of them. What are you? Why can't I control you? The girl hissed. Her voice grew deeper in turn, as her hair turned black-pink fringes at their tips. What are you two? Izuku stuttered. The figure of Aizawa was now towering above him, arms engulfing him in a deep black. Wake up before the demon consumes you. Demons? Aizawa-sensei, what do you mean? And then everything came back. Thuns, Tanjiro and the others. Izuku blinked his eyes as his surroundings started to warp. Uraraka? No, not Uraraka. The demon tore at the black suit she was now wearing, angrily stepping back. This shouldn't be possible. You're one of us? I saw you walk in the light earlier, without as much as a reaction. Izuku backed away as the walls fell apart like cardboard cutouts before the floor beneath him followed suit. He screamed as he tumbled down into a never-ending darkness. Izuku woke to the plain wooden walls of the country home they had stayed in, panting heavily. He spotted Tanjiro's splayed on the floor next to him, rousing up from his sleep. The Slayer looked up to him, confused. Where am I? The village. My family dash. Izuku looked around, tensely. He walked to the window, a bit unsurely, glancing back at his companion before taking a peek. The old man was splayed out on the ground, mouth wide open. A gentle breeze stirred the dirt around him, dusting his face. No reaction. The hero took a step back, trembling slightly. Tanjiro broke the silence after a few moments. He must have died hours ago. The demon scent is already faint. There's nothing we can do, he stated remorsefully. Izuku fell to his knees, tears welling up in his eyes at the sight before him. How could have let that happen? How could a hero fail so badly at his duty? Tanjiro's hand landed on his back. The burgundy-haired slayer kneeled at his side. Come help me dig his grave. We need to get going. Please, come closer, Jisan. I have been waiting. Kagaya Abuyashiki stated warmly from the shade of the covered walkway, a subtle smile on his lips. The water Hashira bowed to the master briefly before approaching, feeling the tension leave him. My apologies. I hadn't known you would be up so early. Kagaya gave off a bemused chuckle. Please do not be. I merely find the gentle warmth of the morning sun to be beneficial to my reflections. Wouldn't you agree? The orange light shimmered on the surface of the pond. The master paused momentarily, breathing in. You've given me a lot to reflect upon. Ju froze up. Sorry, master, I wasn't dashed, he attempted, quickly silencing himself again as he looked aside. The master's voice remained calm as he chided the Hashira. I have received Urokadaki's message regarding the case of Nezuko and Tanjiro. Though outside of your sworn duty, I cannot condemn your actions in that regard, Jusan. The two siblings appear to have a heart and connection, which even Muzan could not have accounted for. There is much yet for us all to learn about this world, he stated, placantly. However, I must admit, I am somewhat lost regarding your second encounter. What made you trust an unknown demon with so much strength, in the heat of battle? He asked, a curious glint coming through his ailing facial features. I don't know, Ju stated honestly. The urgency that it held in its eyes, to keep Tanjiro and Nezuko safe? You trusted your judgment of his character, even going against every instinct you've developed through years of combat? A brief sigh escaped the master's mouth. For what it's worth, I do not think your judgment was incorrect in this instance, Jusan. But that does not mean that I approve of your choices here. Acting on your own in regards to something this unusual may have consequences beyond what any one of us could expect. A demon, walking around in broad daylight, unharmed. Ju's eyes grew wide. He is immune? How, master? Is that possible? Kagaya nodded. How, I do not know. But eyes of the crows do not lie. He rested himself on the handrail of the bridge, gazing at the water. I've had a vision in regards to Kabutsuji Muzan. It appears that his power has grown so that only one thing may bring his death now. His singular weakness, to the sun. If he were to find a way to take this immunity for himself, he would be entirely invincible. The water Hashira finished, horror creeping in as the realization hit. Finding and retrieving the fugitive demon and his companions will now be your foremost priority. Muzan doing so first is something we cannot afford. Understood? The Hashira bowed deeply, tone heavy. Understood, master. Zenitsu took a long breath as they arrived at the entrance of the humble lodge. He looked and listened, around, slowly. There was something comforting about the familiar environment, after all the running they had been doing. The dark pine wood creaked as critters scuttered on the roof. The grassy slopes rustling softly in a stiff breeze. He shuddered slightly as he spotted a certain tree. Damn his traumatic childhood. But it made him who he was, and he wasn't about to regret that. Someone that he could perhaps, someday, be proud of as well. Someone that could find friends and maybe... But what's taking you so long, Zenkiro? Just knock on the stupid door already. And of course, Inosuke would ruin the moment for him. Zenitsu groaned. Why are you so scared of some old fart anyways, huh? He's a former Hashira, I already told you. And don't call my Gramps that again, you pighead, or else. What? He is an old fart, that's not my fault. Tanjiro, unfortunately, held him back from teaching the idiot some respect, tightly clutching his sleeve. I'm still not entirely sure how good of an idea it is to go look for refuge at a Hashira if we're supposed to be running away from them. To be honest, that feels somewhat counterproductive. The burgundy-haired boy muttered. Well, it's too late to have second thoughts now. Zenitsu looked down. It'll be fine. Gramps will believe me. Believed in him, when no one else would. Just as he gathered the courage to knock on the door, something came crashing through the window above. Izuku jumping back just in time not to be impaled by the glistening blade of the Thunder Hashira. You too. Stand back. I'll take care of these. His Gramps looked suspiciously at Inosuke for a flash of a second before immediately setting his focus on Izuku and the box behind him. Demons. The old man hoisted himself up, with more agility than his missing leg and walking stick should ever allow, breathing in deeply as he took his stance. Thunder form. No. Gramps, don't. Please. Zenitsu grabbed his teacher from behind in a tight hug. What the hell do you think that you're doing, idiot? They're my friends. All of them. The former Hashira looked at him sympathetically. I'm sorry, Zenitsu, it must have been hard for you. I'll make sure their death is painless. No. They still know who they are. Zenitsu cried out, desperately, sinking to the floor. They can control themselves. They wouldn't harm a human. Ever. I'm begging you. And you're sure about that, Zenitsu? His Gramps stated, tone still wary. His gaze remained fixed on Izuku, now kneeling on the ground, hands behind his head, not making a sound. As sure as I've ever been about anything in my life. Please trust in me, Gramps, just one more time. We need your help. Very slowly, his teacher lowered his blade. You've always been surprising, boy, but this takes the cake. He turned around. Very well then. Come in. But be warned, if you show even the slightest hint of breaking on what my disciple has promised. Izuku spoke carefully, but firmly. Understood, sir. You won't have anything to worry about. His friend walked over to him and Tanjiro, hands at his sides they entered. Zenitsu let out a long sigh of relief. Who do you think that you were calling old, you brat? Zenitsu glanced over his shoulder. A smile formed on his face as he watched Inosuke's mask flying off as he got punted into the distance. Q&A answers. Hey Izuku, you got the milk yet? What Miller, right? Yeah, still working on it. They don't seem to be drinking much of it in this place. Well, haven't seen it a single time. Can you believe that? Wait, is that maybe why I'm still here? Some incomprehensible mumbling follows. Izuku, how do you feel about being mistaken for a demon? Very annoying at first. It's not nice to think that everyone considers you a monster. I'm a hero. I save people. I don't mind as much anymore. Especially after meeting Nezuko. Demons aren't all bad, and as long as my friends can see that, I think I can live with being called one. Although, I do wonder what's got everyone so convinced. It's starting to be a bit much for just a coincidence. I don't smell that bad, right? Right? Hey Deku, since people react to you like you're a demon to their senses, and the only people in the past with superpowers were demons, do you think the modern-day populace are pseudo-demons, quirked to a demon the same way a damper is to a vampire? What in the world is a damper? Sorry, not too versed in old Western mythology. But as far as the rest goes, at least I haven't seen a rampant problem of cannibalism in my world yet, so that's a relief. I'll have to think more about that. Izuku, do you still have your cell phone? Have you taken photos before it dies due to lack of battery? My cell phone? I think I forgot that at the Wisteria house. I couldn't really do anything useful with it without data here, anyways. I'll definitely try to retrieve it at some point if I can figure out how to leave. A group picture with all my new friends would definitely be nice to have on there. I'll find a different camera here, otherwise. Hey, anyone else want to answer a question maybe? Inosuke, what do you consider weirdest about Izuku? Who are these people? Just answer the question, Inosuke. Alright. Oh, Izuki is just weird in general. Like, what the hell is that fighting style? But he's still so strong. I still didn't really fully get the stuff about a hero school or whatever that was he keeps talking about. He's awesome though. Weird awesome. Awesome weird? Whatever, I want to be like him one day though. Inosuke, the boar hero, strongest hero there ever was. Izuku, what are your thoughts on Shinobu? Do you find her attractively scary? Or scarily attractive? I'll tell you when she stops trying to chop my head off. Or poisoning me. Or killing me in other ways. Kinda too busy trying not to die to think about her being pretty. Hey Zenitsu, how does it feel to have half of your friend group made up of demons? It's scary. Don't remind me. Izuku especially. But less terrifying than the other demons out there. And I'm kinda just happy I have friends at all now, you know? Izuku, are you going to tell them where you are actually from? Like the truth about you? I've been thinking about it. I don't like keeping secrets from my friends. But I'm not even fully sure where I'm now. Maybe I'll wait for that. Don't think anyone would believe me anyways. I can't even convince them that I'm not a demon. Shinobu, thoughts on the green demon? Oh, cunts. Wait, do you know about him? Well, if you ever happen to see him, would be so kind and tell him to go die in a ditch already like he was supposed the first time we met? Chu, what's your opinion about our Midori-kun? How do you feel about Tanjiro hanging around not one but two humane demons? Complicated. You have to say a bit more than that, Jukun. Mao, don't be so antisocial. You didn't answer your question either, Shinobu. Very well. He should tread carefully. The path he has chosen is a dangerous one. Aizawa, how is the class handling one of their classmates going missing? Have you found any clues as to where Midoriya is or what happened to him? I'm part of this story now? How troublesome. The school has been in quite a panic, no traces found so far. Nezu has managed to keep it under wraps from the media at least. Why am I not the least surprised that all this is happening to Midoriya out of all my students? Every single time. Chu, why did you spare Midoriya? One moment please. Good, Shinobu's not here anymore. I'm not entirely certain. There was something in his eyes that reassured me that he would keep Tanjiro and Nezuko safe. I still do not know if I made the right decision. Izuku, can you see fire, lightning, water, or fire from your demon slayer friends? Funny that you ask that. I haven't detected anything. Visually at least. But when they concentrate very hard, they have a certain aura that just makes me feel like I'm being engulfed by water or like the air itself turned electric. Not sure if I'm just imagining that, or if it's a quirk of some kind. To Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke, why do you think Izuku is a demon? He smells like one. It's pretty unmistakable for me, to be honest. My nose hasn't failed me yet. Sounds like one too. Have you heard how scary his heartbeat is? Don't tell him that, but that's still giving me nightmares when he's sleeping next too close. Of course Chizuka is a demon. What do you mean? It's obvious. Izuku, could you defeat Tanjiro, Inosuke and Zenitsu if they fought you together? In a spar? Probably. They don't quite have the teamwork you'd see from a good hero dash. But they're very impressive when they're pushed to their limits. So, it would depend on what they're fighting for, I think. Tanjiro, why do I have the feeling that you are adopting good demons? Izuku, have you thought about how you went back in time? Zenitsu, are you okay? I feel like you're on the verge of a mental breakdown. Inosuke, who is the leader? Well, it's a bit embarrassing, but I've always taken my role as a big brother very seriously. So perhaps it just comes naturally to me. I have far too many thoughts. Still haven't come up with anything coherent yet. Is it really just time travel though? I feel the things with demons should really have been covered in our history lessons. No. Well, yes, maybe. I have friends, but half of them may or may not still be interested in eating me. And everything is so scary here. Send help, please. Me and Izuku, of course. Izuku a bit more maybe, but that's just 'cause I'm still getting stronger. I'll beat him in a fight someday and then. Shinobu, how do you feel about Izuku being immune to wisteria poison, and what will you do if this kind of demon becomes widespread? Oh, good question. But I'm certain that I'll be able to develop some workaround, really. There are thousands of poisons out there. Immunity to one often means other weaknesses expose themselves. Please rest assured that my time at the Butterfly Mansion will be productive. A hollow twang rang through the halls. Enmu stood rooted, eyes wide as he stared into the endless stairs and corridors. Another twang, and he found himself upside down, suspended above a huge void. Alarm bells rang in his head as his panic started to set in. The third. Back on level ground again, upright once more, and faced with a figure that he recognized immediately, a shudder traversing his spine. Hastily, he dropped to the floor, joining the 4 other demons bowing their heads low to avoid their master's deathly gaze, as he glared down at them all in disgust. Enmu's skin turned cold as he felt the Demon King turn towards him. Sorry, Master. Enmu shrunk a little, quickly silencing himself as he felt a wave of hatred hitting him. Muzan continued, ignoring his pleas. I have called you here because your fellow Lower Moon Rue has been killed. By the Demon Slayer Corps, or something else, I'm not sure. The Demon King trailed off. His voice grew. Why is it always you Lower Moons that fail me like that? Sometimes I wonder what the point is in allowing any of you to live at all. Maybe I should just put the rest of you out of your misery right now, Muzan said, voice low and monotone. I'm feeling generous today, so I'll give you all one chance to give me a reason not to exterminate the Lower Moons for good. Enmu hastily glanced to his sides, hoping to find someone else willing to break the silence for him. Nothing. He felt his blood stir, seeing a flash of impatience cross Muzan's face. As the Demon King stood up readying himself to fulfill his threat, Enmu hastily choked out a response. Wait, Master, he called, forcing himself to look up. I found something that might be of use to you. There's a boy, a demon, working with slayers. There was something off with him, something inside him, that prevented me from taking control of him. So you're flaunting your failure now? I did not need more proof of your weakness, worm. Muzan raised his arm above him, threateningly. Wait, there's more. He seems to be able to withstand what makes us all weak. I saw him walk around in the sun, unharmed. If you have him, Master, you can finally become unstoppable. Enmu cried out, desperately, eyes bulging. And yet, you failed to retrieve him for me. Muzan sneered. The other demons seemed to relax, hoping that they had been saved, when 5 large tendrils shot from Muzan's hand, stabbing them all in the neck. Enmu cried out of agony as he felt the potent blood being pumped into his veins, writhing around on the floor next to the others. Very well. Bring this demon to me and prove to me your worth, if you can. And as for those of you who fail me, Enmu whimpered as he felt the Demon King's gaze fall upon him once more, disgust in his eyes. Unbearable pain shot throughout his entire body, every inch of him feeling ready to explode. He screamed and the world turned black. They will fail. The Lower Moons are too weak. The Hashira will be searching as well. Akaza stated, matter-of-factly, emerging from the shadows as his lesser peers disappeared. Muzan looked back, unconcerned. I'm aware. Maybe they will give us something useful before they die. He stopped briefly. But this demon, I do not remember turning anyone like that. Very interesting. A wry smile crept onto his pale face. I'd say that the worthless worm had dared lie to me if I didn't feel something off with this matter myself. Return him to me alive. He is too valuable for me to lose to your overenthusiasm, Akaza. Understood? Oh, a complete unknown then? That should be a fun fight. The Upper Moon bowed quickly as his master's unimpressed eyes rested on him. The Upper Moon chuckled. Finally, a bit of fun perhaps, after all these years. I'll hold myself back, don't worry. Thank you for the meal. Izuku stood up, following Tanjiro outside with his and Inosuke's dishes, washing them off briefly in a tub of water before returning in. The simple meal they'd been served was something he'd sorely missed in the past few days since they'd left the wisteria house. Zenitsu's master, as it turned out, was a surprisingly good cook. The old man gave him a curt nod. We need to talk, demon. Raising his voice. Zen, go show the others around the estate or something, or go bash your heads against a rock, I don't care. What do you need to talk about with Izuku? Inosuke protested loudly as Zenitsu quickly dragged him out of the building. Tanjiro smiled sheepishly. We'll go train a bit. You can join us when you're done. Jigoro sipped at his tea, waiting for the trio to disappear out of sight. He turned to Izuku, waiting a few more minutes before speaking. There, that should be enough. I swear, he can hear me from halfway across the mountain sometimes. He complained fondly. So then, demon. Who are you, and what do you want? Izuku Midoriya. 16 years old. He reflected for a moment. How much could he tell this man? He took a deep breath. I am a hero. I want to help, my friends, people, help make this world a safer place. The old man looked at him intently. Hero, he grinned, breaking out into laughter. That's a title for you to earn and for others to proclaim, brat. You don't get to decide that for yourself. Izuku nodded, taking in the words. I will fight for it then, give everything I got, Kawajima-san. This world of yours needs a hero. Someone they can look up to and know that everything will be all right. The ex-Hashira took a long gulp from his cup, setting it down on the table empty. You truly believe that, don't you? Jigoro sighed audibly. Quite frankly, brat, anyone thinking that everything is all right with this world is an idiot. But it's a good dream to have. And you seem to truly believe in it. I do. Someone has to. Izuku stated confidently. Very well then. You can stay. Izuku's eyes widened slightly. Was it going to be that easy? My Zenitsu. He might not have been the hardest worker or the bravest fighter, but he's always had an excellent sense of what's right or wrong. Must have come with those ears of his. Jigoro chuckled. You've chosen a dangerous path, brat, for both you and your friends. Both the Hashira and Muzan will want you dead. You'll all need to get stronger if you want to survive. That's your responsibility now. Understood? Izuku looked to the side, a bit guiltily. He wouldn't regret saving Tanjiro and Nezuko, but Kawajima-san was right. He'd have to keep his friends safe, no matter what it took. Understood, sir. The old man smiled. Good. Use your time here wisely. You'll only be able to hide here for so long. He poured a second cup of tea, placing it in front of Izuku. Izuku muttered a quick thank you, staring at his reflection in the cup as he pondered. After a few moments, he looked up. Oh, this might sound a bit odd, but any chance you'd have any polluted beaches nearby? As it turned out, the answer to that question was a definite no. The old man had given him a rather odd look, pointing to the pristine rural mountainsides plainly in view outside the window. Come to think of it, his friends were likely too advanced for that anyway, although a bit of strength exercise wouldn't hurt anyone. He'd focus on teamwork for now. Izuku found his 3 friends near a tree resting on a hill, 4, if you counted Nezuko, peacefully slumbering in her box. Inosuke, predictably, was preoccupied with hurling around punches and kicks, erratic, without all too much precise technique, but powerful and unpredictable. Zenitsu was preoccupied with dodging said punches and kicks, and Tanjiro sat under the shade of the branches next to his sister, inspecting something on the ground. The burgundy-haired slayer turned his head towards him, following his nose as he always did. Oh, Izuku, you're here already? I was expecting that to take longer, with the look that Kawajima-dano gave you. Tanjiro grinned. He picked something up from the grass before approaching Izuku. Here, you'll need this. I found it in the small shed next to the house. I'm sure he won't mind if you borrow it. Izuku stared somberly at his reflection in the gleaming metal in his friend's hand. So, you think I should carry one? Tanjiro nodded. I promised to teach you, didn't I? I don't go back on my word. He handed the weapon to Izuku, carefully. It's not a Nichiren blade. We'll have to find you one at some point, but it'll do for now. Right, thank you. The image of the drum demon's severed head rolling on the floor next to him briefly flashed through Izuku's mind as his fingers touched the sword's hilt. Noticing his hesitation, Tanjiro placed his hand on Izuku's own, gently correcting the other's grip before letting go. We will continue to encounter powerful demons on our journey. A Nichiren blade will make it a lot easier for you to defend yourself and others from them. An encouraging smile adorned the Slayer's face as he waited for Izuku to gather himself. He took his sword out of its sheath, demonstratively. All right, put 2 hands on your sword for now. That'll give you more control over your swing. Izuku did as he was told and slowly raised the weapon, glancing over to his friend. Like that? Bring your left hand a bit lower. Tanjiro nodded approvingly. Yep, that's about right. Now you're gripping that a bit too tightly. That'll make it harder to move around. You're aiming for just enough so that it doesn't slip. Izuku swung his sword around carefully, testing his control. only to be interrupted by a war cry coming from behind. Isaaku. Izuku had barely a second to dodge out of the way of Inosuke's body flying towards him. The boar-headed slayer's blade missed his nose by about 2 inches and buried itself in the ground in front of him. Izuku and Tanjiro both stared at the boy now standing in between them, the other of his twin blades in his hand. The mix of excitement and perhaps annoyance was somehow visible on his face despite the mask covering it. When were you gonna tell me you could use a sword? Fight me. I wanna see how good you are. Not just now, Inosuke. I only just got the sword, I haven't even used it yet. Izuku called back, sheepishly, trying his best to placate his friend before he got any more ideas. Inosuke crosses his arms, impatiently. I'll be back later to fight you then. You better be ready, he yelled, pulling his weapon out of the ground with a forceful grunt. The boy roared, twin blades at his sides, and as quickly as he arrived he was gone, leaving Izuku and Tanjiro in silence once again. A few screams on Zenitsu's part in the distance aside. Shall we continue then? Tanjiro asked, regaining his focus. Izuku nodded and raised his blade in front of him, perhaps a bit more confidently than before. Izuku. This is scary, Zenitsu complained as looked at his surroundings. Images of pale-skinned demons flashed in his mind. It won't be much longer. The green-haired demon gave him an apologetic look, before continuing deeper into the depths of the forest. Did they have to do this in a forest? He still had trauma, damn it. Tanjiro placed a hand on his shoulder, sympathetically. Boo! Zenitsu jumped a little, giving off a yelp, only to find Inosuke laughing at him to his side. That's not funny, you half-witted boarbrain. Yes it was, you're just a... Inosuke rubbed his scalp as Zenitsu's fist connected. Oh, you wanna fight me now after all, Zenitsu? The boar head readied himself, flexing his muscles. Before Zenitsu got the opportunity to take his offer, Izuku hastily stepped in between them. You can do that after. How about we start the training now? This should probably be far enough. Inosuke's head snapped towards Izuku at the mention of training. Zenitsu would say he was offended that the boar head forgot about their fight that quickly, but he was genuinely quite curious about what the green-haired demon had planned for them himself. Izuku cleared his throat, leaves rustling around him. He started slowly, a bit nervously. So, we'll be doing a sort of villain encounter simulation, right? I'll play the villain. Your job is either to escape to the house and call for reinforcements, or apprehend me. You have until 6. Are there any questions before we start? Yeah. What's a villain? Inosuke huffed. The 2 others looked over to him, just as confounded. The green-haired slayer hesitated for a moment. The demon. Just imagine that I'm a demon. Izuku tried. You are a demon, though, Zenitsu stated, pointedly. No, just imagine I'm a bad demon. That you're trying to capture alive. He emphasized, staring over to Inosuke. The boar head grumbled something under his mask. Anything else? Izuku pinched the bridge of his nose as Tanjiro raised his hand shyly. He was starting to see why Aizawa-sensei was so tired all the time. Yes, Tanjiro. How should we know when it's 6? Oh, right. Pocket watches were likely a luxury good back then. Izuku nodded, pointing towards a mountain peak in the distance. If you haven't captured me, or reached home by the time the sun starts fading below the horizon, you lose. Got it? Thankfully, his 3 pupils nodded. Excellent. Your time starts dash. Izuku dodged to the side as Inosuke came hurtling towards him. He swiped the boy off balance as he passed, sending him tumbling to the floor. A mischievous smile crept onto the hero's face. Now, Tanjiro held his sword tightly, staring down the demon that was now turning his attention towards him, having already made quick work of his allies. Inosuke, as always, had tried to face the problem head-on, in the most literal sense of the word. After dodging the brash charges with ease for a couple of attempts, Izuku stood still as the boar ran towards him once more, seemingly deciding that he'd had enough. A faint glow on the demon's fist was all that telegraphed the crushing blow that collided with Inosuke's ribcage, a fraction of a second before his swords could make contact. The boy crashed into a tree and fell to the forest floor, holding his chest, seemingly defeated by a single proper hit. Zenitsu had attempted to make use of the commotion to quietly get away. The yellow-haired slayer hid himself behind a tree, jittering. Just as he gathered the courage to make a run for it, a black tendril took hold of his ankle, wrapping itself around his leg like a snake. The boy screamed, frantically chopping at the thing with his blade until it came off. To his surprise, and Izuku's, based on the look on the demon's face, the grip of tendril didn't loosen. The black substance grabbed onto his arms, wrestling him to the ground and pinning him down tightly. And now, finally, the demon was looking towards him. Between his green electric glow, the nightmarish tentacles surrounding him, and the sheer demonic intensity that emitted from Izuku, which he'd only encountered twice before, it took all of Tanjiro's mental strength to remind himself that the creature in front of him was indeed his friend, challenging them to an instructional spar, and not one of the monstrous and cruel enemies he'd had to defend himself and others from since he'd become a slayer. He backed away slowly, keeping his guard up, trying to maintain a distance at which he'd be able to defend himself while he searched for any sort of opening in the demon's stance. He breathed in, lifting his arm. Like a winding mountain stream, he let his blade dance with him in between the tendrils and toward his target. As Izuku prepared to dodge his attack, Tanjiro swiftly lowered his sword, hoping to surprise the demon with a quick swipe to his legs. But before his hand even moved, the demon lifted himself into the air, letting Tanjiro's blade pass him uselessly. Tanjiro felt the sole of Izuku's shoe hit his side. He barely managed to brace himself as he tumbled to the ground at Zenitsu's side. Izuku's head turned as a grunt came from the side. Inosuke! The boarhead roared as he stood up again, readying himself to charge once more. Tanjiro looked over to Zenitsu. Well, they definitely wouldn't be defeating Izuku on time, at this rate, if ever. With a swift motion, he cut through the boy's unworldly restraints. Run! You're the fastest of us three. The yellow-haired slayer didn't need a second reminder to dash off into the dark. As Inosuke went flying once more, the demon's attention turned back to the other two, eyes widening. He jumped toward the direction that Zenitsu had left, with tendrils trailing out in front of him. Tanjiro struck his sword towards him, slicing through the tendrils, before they engulfed him. Izuku looked down at him as he paused, surprised tendrils retracting themselves. A proud smile graced the demon's face. He charged himself with green lightning before bolting after their last hope of victory. Zenitsu ran like his life depended on it. Hell, it felt like his life depended on it. He'd finally started getting used to having a demon of Izuku's caliber at his side, but getting chased by him was a whole other story. Through a forest of all things. Zenitsu cried out. Why didn't they just do normal training with Gramps, like he used to? He'd take getting hit on the head over this any day of the week. He listened behind him. Izuku, no, the terrifying demon, was somehow slowly gaining on him, even if he was already running as fast as his legs could carry him. If there was one thing he was any good at, it was running away. Zenitsu couldn't allow that to be taken away from him as well. He breathed in, a bit hastily. Thunder step and flap. Thunder step and clap. Okay, that had gained him a bit of distance. But he would not be able to continue doing that for long. The forest cleared as the lights surrounding him turned orange, finally giving him a sight of the house. Zenitsu pushed himself one last time to run faster. If he could just reach the door. A shadow cast over him. He looked behind himself, the sun slowly setting behind the mountain peak. They had lost. Because he wasn't fast enough. Why couldn't he ever do anything right? Zenitsu cried into his sleeve. A hand placed itself on his shoulder. You almost had me there, that was amazing. How do you run so fast anyway? I was pushing 30% at the end there, but I still couldn't catch up. Zenitsu looked up to Izuku, a bit embarrassed. I used thunder breathing. It lets me move quickly for short bursts. Short bursts, huh? You have to show me that later. I had a friend before I got here who had a speed quirk too. But his was more of a constant boost. With jet engines in his legs. Wait, do people know what those are here? No, never heard of Zenitsu muttered. To think that this was the same demon that chased him in the forest, just moments ago, before Izuku could continue his rambling, Tanjiro and Inosuke arrived from behind, visibly exhausted and bruised. The demon waved them over, smiling widely. Well, that was a lot closer than I was expecting. That distraction from Inosuke caught me off guard. And Tanjiro blocked me while your fastest runner made the break for it. Great teamwork and strategy, all of you. Distraction? The boar head huffed, either in confusion or embarrassment. Why would I be helping Zenitsu? I was totally gonna capture you myself if you didn't run away. Izuku chuckled brightly. It took around 3.5 months for Izuku to hone his swordsmanship to a sufficient level where Tanjiro was comfortable with letting him practice on his own. Fall colors replaced summer's warmth, and soon, even those disappeared as the weather grew colder. The Slayer had exclaimed his astonishment at the rate of his progress. It had taken him over a year, but Izuku was quick to remind him that he had already started with the experience and training of a fighter. The redhead nodded in acknowledgement. In your previous life, I see. I guess that could carry over. Izuku didn't bother correcting him. To ensure that they collectively progressed as quickly as possible, the hero had delegated the task of training the trio to Tanjiro, while he focused on his own training. The boy, as it turned out, was a natural squad leader, somehow wrangling even Inosuke into following the detailed regime that Izuku spent his nights writing down. Every single time that Izuku came by to observe them, the three seemed more coordinated, more in tune with each other, and more creative in how they approached obstacles. He couldn't help but feel a certain sense of pride. In a different world, they would have made excellent heroes. And so he focused on his own inadequacies. While he'd managed to integrate all the standard forms and strikes that Tanjiro had taught him to an acceptable level, the fluidity of the blade, the intensity of the motion, something was simply missing. His entire posture felt rigid. No matter how encouraging his friend was about his abilities, Izuku felt like he had reached a block. It was for that reason that a certain amount of frustration filled him as he practiced the katas he'd been assigned for the day, now, slicing through the wind over and over again, all by himself. Small projectile, to the left. Izuku ducked, dodging under the pebble before turning around. Zenitsu's grandpa looked at him, a small pile of rocks in his hand. Kawajima-san. Don't look me. Stay focused and keep your form. I'm not here, understood? Izuku nodded and returned to his exercises. He let the next rock hit him square on the shoulders, suppressing a wince as he resumed the motion he had practiced. Kawajima-san threw a lot harder than his appearance would give away. The old man scoffed disapprovingly. I hope that's not your plan in a battle, brat. You'll be getting hit by things a lot more dangerous than a pebble. My apologies, sir. I just thought you wanted me to keep my form, the young hero said, a bit flustered. Ache the rock's part of your form. Let your opponent guide your kata. Only then will it survive contact with the enemy. Jigoro pulled out a blade from under his robe. Faster than Izuku could see, the ex-Hashira appeared in front of him, slashing towards his arm. The boy pulled his limb out of harm's way, somewhat startled. Reflexes are not what you lack, boy, Jigoro stated, unconcerned. Neither is your strength or your form. What you need to learn is how to breathe. Hey, Zenitsu, are you sure your Gramps isn't playing any tricks on us? This is impossible. Inosuke complained, huffing in front of his gourd. Oh, I think mine is cracking a little. I definitely heard something, Tanjiro exclaimed, ignoring the incredulous look on Zenitsu's face. A white lie that he would allow himself for the progress of his team. It had its intended effect almost immediately as the boar head started blowing into his gourd furiously again. They had started integrating total concentration breathing into their training regime since Kawajima-san had told them about it about a week ago, and started training Izuku. Although, Tanjiro had insisted that they continue doing some of Izuku's exercises at least once daily. Their time here had done wonders, not so much in terms of raw, individual strength, but in their capacity to work as a team. Their abilities complemented each other surprisingly well once they learned to view them as a toolkit for a common mission. As a tracking team, they had Zenitsu's hearing, Tanjiro's sense of smell, and Inosuke's raw instinct, allowing them to choose when, where, and how to take an engagement before their opponent had any knowledge about them. Zenitsu's speed allowed him to safely harass an enemy and test for weak spots that Tanjiro could exploit, thereafter, while Inosuke would wear them down. None of that had ever been enough to overwhelm Izuku, although it had been some time since they had faced him in an open, fair fight. Naturally, Inosuke had been pestering him for one just about every day, having finally given up on the prospect of beating the demon one-on-one. Tanjiro had to say that he wasn't entirely disinterested himself. As much as the training seemed to frustrate him, Izuku was learning thunder breathing at a much faster pace than he had with water, and the thought of the demon going any quicker than he already was, let alone with a sword in hand, was a frightening one. All the more reason for them to train harder. Izuku had to rescue him once already. Tanjiro could not let any of his friends endanger themselves for him again. He took a deep breath, gathering all the strength his lungs could manage, and blew. The gourd shattered in his hands. Zenitsu and Inosuke turned towards him, bewildered. "I told you I was getting there." He chuckled brightly. If the renewed determination in the eyes of his friends was anything to go by, they wouldn't be taking much longer to catch up to him either. Let the world around you be your guide. Let your enemy trace your steps. Lightning does not avoid obstacles. It strikes through them. Izuku closed his eyes. He clenched his teeth, suppressing his shiver from the icy winds as he readied himself for another barrage of rocks. It turned out that Kawajima-san's idea of training primarily consisted of chucking various objects towards him. Not that there wasn't any progress. It wasn't too long ago that he dodged and sliced his way through oncoming balls of dirt and snow instead. He breathed in. First form, thunderclap and flash. Izuku erupted in a flash, leaving behind him a trail of perfectly bisected stones in the snow. As he opened his eyes, his tutor looked at him, perhaps for the first time, with some of the same pride he sometimes directed towards Zenitsu when he wasn't looking. "You've learned quickly, brat. I think you might just be ready." Kawajima peered towards the daunting boulder that peered at them from behind the old man's house, taunting Izuku to try harder every day. Was that it? Let's see if we can put an end to this training. As much as I like the company, you four need to get moving. You can't hide here forever. That was it? Izuku looked over to the elderly man incredulously. Kawajima-san, there's so much left for me to improve, though. You said it yourself just this morning. If you had to be flawless with the sword to be a demon slayer, I'd still be waiting to slay my first demon to this day, brat. His tutor dismissed him easily. You are ready? Izuku nodded dimly as he followed the man's footsteps. Demon slayer? He wouldn't be getting the title officially, of course. But Kawajima-sama seemed to think of him as one, nonetheless. He couldn't help but feel a certain melancholy at the thought. It had been so long now since he had arrived in this world. He'd felt for some time already that his memories of his time as a hero were growing more and more distant, and this all but confirmed it. A new title for his new life. He felt a hand on his shoulder. Jigoro's tone was friendlier than he'd grown used to. "Whenever you feel is right," Izuku breathed, staring at the boulder in front of him. He thought about his peers and his teachers. He thought about Bakugo, his classmate, his bully, and his friend. He thought about All Might, the gleaming hero and idol, and the frail man that put the fate of the world on his shoulders. He thought about his mother, hiding under a blanket so he could be her hero. The blade went through effortlessly, as if cutting through nothing at all. Zenitsu had been hard at work on the oversized gourd before him when a distant sound caught his ear. He dropped the vegetable and turned to the others, a bit nervously. "Someone's coming this way. We have to tell Izuku and Gramps." "Oh, is it a demon? Can we fight it?" Inosuke stated excitedly. Tanjiro sniffed the air as a breeze passed. "No, human. Not someone I've met before." Zenitsu nodded. "They're quick, Demon Slayer Corps." The boy shuddered. It still took some getting used to that was a scarier prospect than a demon for them, now. He got up hastily, picking up his things before turning to the house, doing his best not to panic. "We gotta hurry, they'll be here soon and I don't want to think what'll happen if we're around." "Tanjiro, or do you think they know we're here?" "Possibly," his friend supplied, unhelpfully. "Either way, we can't let them find us here. Especially not with Kawajima-sama. He's not a fugitive, yet." They found his Gramps inside, along with Izuku, preparing a meal. He put his ladle away as soon as they entered, sensing something off. "What happened?" Zenitsu gulped. Someone's coming this way. Demon Slayer Corps. I see. The old man's gaze fell. How many? Just one. They could be here any minute. I see. Jigoro reflected for a fraction of a second, before moving to a seemingly random spot on the floorboard, pressing gently. A carefully concealed trap door opened up, leading down into darkness. Get in. I'll talk to them. Zenitsu looked at him, uncomfortably. Gramps? He looked away, tears welling in his eyes. Tanjiro interrupted him, mercifully. But wouldn't it be better for us to leave entirely? What will happen to you if they find us? The old man sighed. If you run now, they might chase after you. Were they to search this place properly? There isn't anything we can do anymore to conceal that you were here, entirely. There's another exit at the back of the cellar. I can hold them off for a little if I must. He gripped his sword, demonstratively. Brett, listen to me carefully. If you hear any fighting, you must leave. Understood? Izuku did the best he could to calm his nerves, the damp cold air creeping up his body. After briefly scouting out the location of their emergency exit, a small escape hatch leading behind the house, hidden behind a bush, the four of them huddled together, in dark and silence, waiting for any signs of unrest upstairs. It took about an hour before Zenitsu finally whispered something, as quietly as the boy could muster. I don't hear anything anymore. For a little now, he stated, nervously. Do you think Gramps is all right? Tanjiro answered, lowly. The other person left. It's only Kawajima-sama now. But why hasn't he gotten us yet? Even as the blonde slayer held his voice down, the anguish in his voice could be heard. Izuku stood up slowly. I'll go check. Stay here until I'm back. He felt a hand grab his leg. It'll be fine. I promise. He reassured, waiting. After a few more minutes, Tanjiro released him. Be quick. Izuku nodded mutely to himself, before clambering his way towards the back. He waited briefly at the exit of the tunnel, confirming to himself one last time that no one was waiting there, before crawling out and sneaking his way to the front of the house. As he entered, Jigoro's voice called him from the side. Ah, it's you. Come here. He saw Jigoro seated on a mat in a small room to his left, Hiyori draped loosely over him, in what he had previously assumed to be a storage closet. The old man's grim expression was illuminated by a dim oil lamp shining in the corner. His blade was neatly placed in front of him, a shorter sword next to it on the side. He held a piece of paper in his hand, slightly crumpled from the pressure. His tone was hushed. Close the door behind you. Izuku obliged, sliding the heavy frame shut. Is everything all right, Kawajima-san? Where are the others? The man ignored his question. In the cellar still, they're waiting for me to return. Good. Come sit, Brett. As Izuku kneeled next to him, the old man placed the document in his hand aside. I had this room specially built early on when I took Zenitsu in. For when I needed a little privacy, or a drink, he reminisced, smiling wryly. I told him there were evil spirits in here, that was enough to keep him from snooping. Izuku looked around him, felted walls, to protect from vigilant ears. What happened with the Demon Corps member? Did they suspect something? He inquired carefully. Jigoro shook his head. No, nothing of the kind. They simply came to deliver me a message. I suppose Uyakata-sama considered it too sensitive to send with a crow. The ex-Hashira pushed the piece of paper towards Izuku. His face hardened as he continued, monotonously. I used to have another pupil that trained along with Zenitsu. Kaigaku. I always saw the two as equals, but Kaigaku wanted to be more. He was skilled, so I turned a blind eye to the faults in his personality, the old man stated remorsefully. And now, because of my failures, he turned into a demon. By this report, he will have eaten at least 20 humans already. I'm sorry, Izuku swallowed heavily, unsure what to say. Midoriya Izuku? The hero's eyes widened a little. This was the first time that Jigoro had addressed him so formally. The ex-Hashira picked up his Nichiren sword and placed it in front of Izuku, a barely noticeable shake in his hands. Please be my second. The boy picked up the golden-tinged blade, confounded. Second? As in successor? What about Zenitsu? Respectfully, sir, he's been your student for much longer than I was. I suppose, I can't help but still see him as the frightened orphan I took in, after all this time. He's still so sensitive. I can't do that to him, the elderly man stated, gravely, shaking his head. Bring him the news of my death gently for me. Slowly, realization struck. The short tanto blade, Jigoro's exposed abdomen, asked him to be his second. He'd seen something like this in his history books before. Harakiri, the ritualistic suicide of the samurai. And he expected Izuku to help. A powerful sense of dread filled the boy. Kawajima-san. Please, reconsider. You can't just give up like that. We have to find Kaigaku and prevent him from doing any more damage than he already has. You think I haven't thought about that yet, brat? The ex-Hashira retorted. Demon slayers expire faster than most men. Training you has only reminded me how far I am past my prime. Every time I raise my sword, it becomes harder. I am unreliable. Weak, he shook his head. No, I have to face the reality. Having me on the battlefield against a powerful would be nothing more than a burden. I will go out honorably while I still can. What's honorable about taking your own life? What does that bring anyone? Izuku exclaimed, desperately. I have lived my entire life to serve. To protect the world against the threat of demons. Jigoro continued. You're a warrior, brat, you know what that means. That much I could tell about you from the moment I saw you. Kaiga was ambitious above all else. Relentless. He won't stop at a handful of humans, there won't ever be enough for the likes of him, Jigoro stated bitterly. Hundreds, thousands of innocents will killed because of my weakness. Everything I have worked for my entire life, all I have trained, fought, and bled for, will be meaningless, compared to the evil that I have brought into this world. Those lives won't come back because you took your own. Izuku looked at the man, pleading. You can't do that to Zenitsu. He will learn to be stronger, Jigoro stated resolutely. He looked at Izuku. You're not from here, are you? Pensively, I suppose that would mean that you aren't a demon either? No. I didn't think I was when I first arrived here. The boy stated honestly. But now, I'm not sure anymore. How far did you travel? The ex-Hashira asked calmly. Izuku hesitated for just a moment. A couple 100 years, if I'm not mistaken. From the future, he blurted out. An odd sense of relief passed him briefly as he uttered the words before the dread of the current situation returned to him. A semblance of a smile appeared on Jigoro's face, seemingly content with the answer. I see. He remained silent for a moment, reflecting, before he continued. Please. Find my student and put an end to him. Don't let my mistake affect the generations to come. I swear on my life that I won't rest until Kaigaku is stopped. Izuku exclaimed, gripping the Nichiren blade tightly. Jigoro nodded, lowering. Thank you, Izuku. I will leave it in your hands, with my honor and my blade. Be the lightning that strikes where my fury could not reach. Faster than Izuku could react, the ex-Hashira grabbed the tanto and plunged it into his body, with a single firm motion, sliding it through his abdomen. Izuku felt himself freeze, as he watched his tutor's blood spill onto the floor. He had to do something. It was happening so quickly, there wasn't much time. The hospital, recovery girl could... The hero choked on his tears. There was no recovery girl here. And there was no hospital close enough to bring him to. Jigoro Kawajima, his mentor, Zenitsu's gramps, the only person in this cold, harsh world he had confided to, was going to die, and there was nothing Izuku could do about it. Please. Let me die from the blade that I lived by. The elderly man rasped, still stubbornly holding himself in perfect form as agony flashed on his face. He lowered his head to expose his neck. Izuku stared at the shining yellow sword, numbly, and breathed in. The blade went through effortlessly, as if cutting through nothing at all. They lowered Jigoro's body and head into the ground under moonlight, Nezuko keeping a watchful eye for any demons that might attempt to catch them off guard while the others filled the hole back up. Zenitsu carefully adorned the grave with a handful of early spring flowers that Tanjiro had found, hidden in the snow. He formed a pattern, 2 lightning bolts, intertwined. The yellow-haired boy stared at his creation numbly. He'd been the first to come out of the cellar once Izuku gathered the courage to get off his feet and inform his friends, the tears that already welled in his eyes confirming that he'd heard enough to know what had happened. Izuku lowered his head in shame, not daring to look his friend in the eyes. He led the boy to the room quietly. Zenitsu's face blanched when he saw his master's lifeless form, bloody sword still at his side. The uncontrolled, agonized scream that escaped his lips told a story that words could never express. Izuku had waited and waited for the judgment of his friends to finally hit him, for the horrible, unforgivable act he'd committed. But judgment never came no matter how much sorrow showed on their faces. "Thank you for giving Ojiwara-sama an honorable death," Tanjiro had stated simply as Izuku finished his detailed explanation of what had occurred. Evidently, his act had been nothing less than what was expected, in this cruel world he now found himself in. Zenitsu finally got up from his master's grave after an hour of decorating. Tanjiro went through the prayer solemnly as the others waited for him in silence. No one slept that night. Without much else to do, they stayed at Jigoro's house to recover, even as the weight of his death hung heavy in the rooms. The three slayers, Izuku didn't dare call himself one quit yet, all dealt with grief in their own ways. Inosuke became distant, disappearing into the woods for hours without explanation. Tanjiro clung to his sister even more than usual, gripping her hand tightly whenever she left her box. Zenitsu cried. Not loudly how he would so often whenever something scared him, but quietly, continuously, until not a tear was left in his eyes. The blond boy remained virtually mute for 2 days, until he perked up suddenly at the sound of a peck at the window. "Chuntaro!" The pecks grew angrier. Zenitsu hurried to open the frame and let the bird in. "How did you find me?" A small smile formed in his eyes as the sparrow landed on his head. Chuntaro started squawking loudly, Tanjiro translated quickly. "He's saying that he could hear your crying from miles. That might just be a mean joke." Apparently the Demon Slayer Corps suspects something. They're sending a crow, which should arrive within an hour or 2. "He's also mad at you for leaving him behind. He wanted me to say that." Demonstratively, the sparrow started pecking at his slayer's scalp and pulling at his hair. Zenitsu looked down, ignoring the pain. "I'm sorry. I wish I could have shown you to Gramps," he stated, tone low. "We have to get going then," Izuku stated, turning serious. "The forest should do for now, but we can't stay there forever." "Why not? I lived in the forest for years." Inosuke grunted. He looked over to the sparrow suspiciously. "Wait, how do we know he's not a spy too?" "I think we should eat it." Zenitsu gave the boar head a murderous look, seemingly finding his voice again. "Chuntaro would never do that. He wouldn't have warned us in that case." "No one's eating the bird," Izuku reasoned. We have a demon to track down." The hero glanced over at Zenitsu. "I don't know how or where we'll find him, but we can't stay. The longer we wait, the stronger he will get. We can't afford that." "I might know someone that could help us," Tanjiro stated. "She's very knowledgeable about demons." "I haven't been able to contact her since I lost my Katsuji crow but Chuntaro flapped his wings furiously as if to make a point. "I'll see how small I can make the letter. Now let's get going before we get found." They gathered their essentials and left the premises within 5 minutes, not bothering with any futile attempts at hiding that they had stayed there. As they reached the edge of the forest, Izuku stopped, briefly, turning around. He gripped the tilt of the yellow blade, bowing down one last time to his former master before they left into the darkness. "I got another one. I told you food wasn't going to be a problem." Inosuke held up the giant hare in his hands proudly. The scene was somewhat nostalgic for Izuku, reminding him of how he had first met the boy, shortly after he got ripped away from his home. "Thanks, Inosuke." He took the carcass by its ears and added it to the growing pile at the side of their fire. The first one they had dared to build, after 2 days of almost continuous running. While Tanjiro still hadn't been entirely comfortable with the idea, they needed the rest and the warmth badly. The spring was still early, and there were only so many freezing nights that they would be able to endure. Izuku had started training again as they settled for the night. Nothing that would require too much effort, they had to conserve their energy, but he also had to keep his form. Zenitsu watched him quietly as he swung his sword, Jigoro's sword. A slight sense of guilt filled the hero's throat. Zenitsu had been under the man's wing much longer than he had. Maybe he should find a different weapon for himself. As if reading his mind, the blonde boy answered him. I don't think I could ever touch that blade again after what it's done, he muttered. Please, take good care of Gramps' legacy, okay? Izuku nodded. Apparently, the boy seemed to hold more resentment towards the sword than he did towards him. It's already taking your colors too. The Slayer smiled faintly. The green-haired boy looked down upon his blade, a faint green glimmer traveling through the yellow metal as he tilted it. That came from me? How does that work? He stated, eyes widening somewhat. Nichiren blades adapt to their wielders. Usually, it's just a one-time thing, but I guess your aura was strong enough to shine through regardless? Zenitsu explained, his sparrow sleeping peacefully on his head. A bit shyly, oh, by the way, your shoulders need to be a bit looser at the end of your swings, you're practicing second form, right? Izuku looked at him, curiosity and piqued, and lowered his sword. I thought you only knew the first form. Zenitsu muttered under his breath, yeah? I've never really managed to get my body to learn any of the other forms. Gramps always told me that was fine. He continued, more firmly. But I've watched him and my brother long enough to know what it's supposed to look like. And sound like. A dark flash crossed his eyes as the Slayer-turned-demon was mentioned. Well then, sensei, what else do I need to improve? Izuku joked. He took his stance once more, glancing over the yellow-haired boy expectantly. Please don't call me that ever again. Zenitsu said quickly. With some hesitance, he slowly stood up, walking to Izuku's side. He grabbed the Izuku's wrists, adjusting them on the grip of the blade. Your hands need to be a bit closer together, like that, near the end, right? He muttered. It's a whipping motion. You need to produce as much speed on the tip as you can. He let go, taking several steps back, out of the sword's path. Time your breathing to release as much energy as you can at the start of each swing, and fling it out as quickly as you can. As quickly as you can. Izuku nodded pensively. It would be difficult to time, but if he could pull it off. The hero filled his lungs, allowing the surge of power to travel throughout his body. He held his breath for a second. Green lightning surged in his fists, slowly creeping into his blade. Izuku let his sword pierce through the air as he lunged forward. 5 powerful arched slashes imbued with dark green energy exuded from the tip of his blade. Zenitsu jumped back as the trees around them dropped to the forest floor, Chuntaro shrieking with him on his head at the noise. You're terrifying. Completely terrifying. What was that? He yelled out, panting heavily. Izuku grinned sheepishly. Well, I guess you're just a great teacher. The attack, while powerful, had been uncontrolled, and he wouldn't be able to prepare himself that long in practice. It would take some time before he'd be able to pull that off in a fight, time, and plenty of training. But that was not something that had ever stopped Izuku. On the other hand, he wasn't looking forward to explaining the large mess he had made to Tanjiro. The incident had only amplified the redhead's older sibling habits, despite Izuku being the senior of the two. They left at the first light of dawn. Tanjiro reread the miniature note he'd written one last time before tying it up with a string. Will this be good enough, Nezuko? He whispered pensively. No response. His sister had already fallen asleep, of course. He sighed, before addressing Zenitsu's sparrow. Do you think you'll be able to find Lady Tamayo? My crow should know how to find her, at least. It's likely that some of the others do too. The bird chirped somewhat uncertainly, before nodding its head and grabbing the letter in his hand. Stay safe, Chuntaro, Zenitsu muttered under his breath. Tanjiro did feel a bit guilty about sending the boy's companion off so soon again, especially on a faraway and potentially dangerous mission. The bird had done wonders to alleviate his slayer's grief after the loss of his mentor. But they needed help, and quickly. Ju crumbled the ashes in his hand. Still warm. He was getting closer. The group of fugitives, in their defense, had done a decent job at trying to conceal their presence, but there was very little that could hide the amount of destruction they had left behind, or the green demon's powerful aura. With the crows helping him, he had little doubt that he'd be able to track them down within the next few days. The water Hashira was on high alert ever since it had been confirmed that a former member of their group had been providing refuge to the demon and the other traders. The incident, along with the man's subsequent suicide, had come as a shock to the other Hashira. Many even claimed that the demon must have coerced the man with his powers and forced him to take his own life. Ju himself, of course, had little to hold against the former pillar. He had committed similar treachery himself, after all. There was just something about the brats that made him want to help them. He wouldn't be making that mistake again. He couldn't let down the master anymore, from here on out. Nonetheless, he'd been glad to see the clearly respectful grave that the group had made for Ojiwara-sama, further disproving the more extreme theories of his comrades. He got down on one knee and closed his eyes, expanding his senses as he searched for any traces of demonic energy lingering ahead. A faint trail from where he had come from and the clearer, fresher trail eastward. They were going further away from civilization, towards the central mountains of the island. Good. The fewer people that Ju had to interact with to locate his target, the better. Just as he stood up, his senses alerted him of a new demonic presence. The Hashira tensed up, gripping the hilt of his sword. Powerful, like nothing he'd encountered since chasing after Muzan. And approaching rapidly. He readied his stance, scouring the dark for any signs of the monster. He swerved just in the nick of time as a pale white figure passed him, crushing the ground at his side on impact. Ju took several steps back as he looked at the demon more closely. Bright pink hair contrasted with its pale body tone. Dark blue lines crawled across its skin. A pair of golden pupils stared back at him, the engravings sending a shudder down his spine. Upper Moon 3. He gritted his teeth. The creature chuckled joyfully. Oh, what do we have here? You've got some good reflexes there. Little Hashira. You're the one they sent out to retrieve our little wayward demon, I presume. It took a few steps forward. Can't let you do that, I'm afraid. You look strong though, for a human. I can respect that. I guess I wouldn't mind a little warm-up then. Warm-up? The demon called him a warm-up? Ju shook his head. He couldn't let the quip get to him. He breathed in and readied himself for battle.